Chapter 1424. At the entrance of the stormy ocean of the Heavenly Moon Sect Sea region, the confrontation with the Crystal Palace's treasured ship caused the alliance of the 5 sects to become closer. When Xiao Baiyu proposed the plan to wipe out the Crystal Palace's forces in the Central Sea region, Lu Ping also asked for Jiang Qianlin's opinion. However, Jiang Qianlin did not hesitate like Lu Ping and readily agreed to this request. Lu Ping also asked for the reason, and Jiang Qianlin's explanation was very simple. Junling could not be trapped in the North Sea and not make any progress. However, if it really wanted to leave the North Sea, it would inevitably disrupt the original power structure, and it was only a matter of time before it made enemies with others. Since it was inevitable to offend people, why would they go and provoke others? They might as well offend the people they already had enmity with even more. In the process of Junling's rise, it had encountered the Crystal Palace's obstruction, whether overt or covert. The two sides had already formed enmity. Even if Junling did not provoke the Crystal Palace would not allow Junling to dominate the North Sea. The Fei Ling sect 4,000 years ago was a good example. Now, it was just making this enmity deeper. Moreover, Junling was not fighting alone. This choice allowed Junling to gain 4 powerful allies outside of the North Sea, so why not? Back then, Lu Ping could also hear Junling's ambition from Jiang Qianlin's words. However, this ambition was exactly what Lu Ping was happy to see. On the central square of Tianqian City, the huge teleportation array had already reached the final stage. After Junling's Array Master and Tianqian Sect's Array Master worked together to incorporate the teleportation array into Tianqian City's defense system, Junling's ultra-long-distance large-scale teleportation array was finally successfully set up. This also meant that the last link on the surface for Junling to become a large sect had been completed. This large-scale teleportation array was connected to the North Sea's Qianling Mountain and could teleport 20 people at once. On the teleportation array, there were 404 indentations for spirit stones. The 4 indentations on the 4 sides were separated from the 4 indentations in the center. In other words, each activation of the teleportation array required 400 high-grade spirit stones or 4 top-grade spirit stones. The cost wasn't low, but Lu Ping recalled the small teleportation array that led directly to Yingshanside Courtyard. Not only could it only teleport 1 person at a time, but it also required a top-grade spirit stone to activate. Even after spiritual master Xian Chen modified the teleportation array, it could only teleport 2 or 3 people at a time. Compared to that, the teleportation array could only teleport 1 person at a time, and each activation required 1 high-quality spirit stone. Not long after the ultra-long-distance teleportation array was successfully set up, the entire teleportation array suddenly flashed with a dazzling white light. This was a sign that the teleportation array had been activated. At this time, the cultivators from Tianqian Sect who came to watch the show realized that there were many high-level cultivators from Tianqian Sect. Qing Li Laozu, Lian Nan Laozu, Wu Liu Laozu, and others who were rarely seen gathered in front of the teleportation array. It seemed like they were waiting for someone. Finally, after the light flashed, Junling's group of 20 people appeared on the teleportation array in Tianqian City under the lead of Sect Master Liu Tianling. Qing Li Laozu suddenly laughed and said, "Welcome, Sect Master Junling, Tianqian Sect has failed to welcome you." It was only then that the cultivators of Tianqian City who came to watch the show realized that this graceful middle-aged woman was actually the sect leader of Junling Sect, the famous North Sea water sword immortal, Lu Tianping's master. Lu Ping hurriedly introduced everyone from Tianqian Sect to his master. Liu Tianling smiled and said, "Thank you seniors for waiting. Junior Liu Tianling has been impolite." Qing Li Laozu said, "Sect Master Liu is too polite. Now that our 2 sects have formed an alliance, we should be close to each other." "Sect Master is too polite." Liu Tianling also smiled and said, "Then I am too polite." Qing Li Laozu laughed and said, "Sect Master Liu, please. Senior, please." The Profound Sky Sect clearly attached great importance to the visit of Junling Sect's Sect Master. Aside from a few great cultivators who personally went to the teleportation array to welcome him, when Liu Tianling arrived at the dojo of the Profound Sky Sect, Old Ancestor 7 fans was already waiting outside the dojo. No matter how magnanimous Liu Tianling was, he still felt somewhat flattered. After the leaders of the two sects had a secret discussion, Junling officially announced to the cultivation world that he had become a large sect. Lu Ping originally thought that this was the end of the sect's business. The remaining matters might be complicated, but he didn't need to worry about them. Just as he was thinking about where to bring Kai Lianing to have fun, Liu Tianling unexpectedly told him to accompany her to visit Tianxian sect. Only then did Lu Ping know that Junling was going to set up 2 super long-distance teleportation arrays in the Middle Earth, and the other one was in Chanhuan city of Tianxian sect. There were 1 small matter and 2 big matters to attend to in this trip to the Heavenly Moon sect. The small matter concerned the marriage between Liu Tianyuan and the 3rd-generation direct disciple of the Heavenly Moon sect, Chan Xiong. Behind this matter was naturally the maintenance of the alliance between the two sects. Liu Tianling personally went to propose, which also showed the respect and importance that the Zhenling sect placed on the Heavenly Moon sect. However, Lu Ping was secretly ridiculing him. He knew that although this senior Liu seemed to be an honest person, in reality, not only was he in love with senior Chan Xiong from the Heavenly Moon sect, he also seemed to be exchanging flirtatious glances with senior Chan Yu. Moreover, what made Lu Ping even more amazed was that these 2 senior sisters seemed to have taken a liking to his senior Liu at the same time. Moreover, from the beginning to the end, these 2 sisters had never gotten into any romantic disputes because they liked the same person. Lu Ping couldn't help but fiercely ridicule behind his back. Could it be that they wanted to kill 2 birds with 1 stone? Unfortunately, only one of the 2 could become Liu Tianyuan's Dao companion. Tianxian sect definitely wouldn't give their 2 direct disciples to 1 person as Dao companions, and Junling also couldn't disregard the dignity of Tianxian sect. However, he didn't know how his senior Liu would choose. Could it be that he was really going to take one away and leave the other heartbroken? Secretly, Lu Ping was already extremely jealous. Now that he saw senior Liu frowning all day long, he couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. Who asked you to be fickle? This time, you've gone too far. However, he didn't realize that he also had a black fox at home, yet he brought Kai Lianing everywhere to play outside. Compared to his senior Liu, he was probably even worse. The second important matter was that the leaders of the 5 sects would take this opportunity to hold an alliance meeting in Tianxian sect. They would announce to the cultivation world that the 5 sects had successfully formed an alliance. They would rise or fall together. In reality, it was an alliance to attack and defend against the Crystal Palace. The third matter was to discuss the distribution of the various cultivation resources on the treasured island discovered in Tianxian Sect's sea region. After knowing the third matter, Lu Ping already knew why his teacher had asked him to accompany him to Tianxian Sect. He wanted to bring him there to demonstrate. Although the 5 sects were equal, in reality, they still had to be ranked. In terms of time, Junling was the last to be established and had the weakest foundation. Naturally, it should be ranked last among the sects without a sect. However, in terms of the number of Dharma adepts and high-level battle power, Junling was completely above Xiao Yarrow Pavilion. Even when compared to Tianxian Sect, they were almost on par. As for Skyrend, if it wasn't for Xiao Baiyu, with Junling's current strength, even Skyrend would be inferior to it. However, Junling looked at the other 4 sects in this way. In reality, when the other 4 sects looked at Junling, they were also at a loss. If it was only based on the cultivation of the various sects' high-level cultivators, Junling's current strength was above Xiao Yarrow Pavilion, and it was ranked 4th among the 5 sects. However, Junling had produced Lu Tianping, a freak who was even more monstrous than Xiao Baiyu. Before the conclusion of Yang Zhouxiao's death had yet to be determined, this guy had already crossed the ocean of storms with his physical body. Just when the cultivation world was exclaiming in shock that the Northern Sea Water Sword Immortal was about to become a pure Yang cultivator, this guy had actually single-handedly defeated a heavenly devil in the sea region of the Heavenly Profound sect, and he himself was completely unharmed. This was not something that a quasi-pure Yang cultivator could do. This was simply a genuine pure Yang cultivator. Thinking back to the time when 8th Sister Zhu of the 9 Profound Tower had narrowly escaped death to assassinate a heavenly demon, even though 8th Sister Zhu had not only faced a heavenly demon, she had used assassination, and not a face-to-face battle like Lu Ping. Moreover, after successfully assassinating the heavenly demon, 8th Sister Zhu had also been heavily injured, and even when the 9 Profound Tower announced that they were sealing off the mountain, her condition did not improve. With Lu Ping around, how would the status of the 5 sects be determined? The astute Liu Tianling was naturally aware of this, so she had strictly ordered Lu Ping to follow her to the Heavenly Moon sect this time, in order to clear Zhenling's name. This kind of matter was related to the status of the sects, and it might even affect the distribution of resources on the island. Naturally, Lu Ping would not refuse, and could only helplessly let Kai Lianing wait in Tianxian City for a period of time. In reality, after the Heavenly Moon Sect's alliance meeting, the people in charge of the 5 sects did not give in to each other regarding the allocation of cultivation resources on the island. Although they had formed an alliance, this did not mean that they would easily give up on their own benefits. Lu Ping had participated in the entire negotiation process from beginning to end. Even though he was dizzy from all the arguments and was confused by all kinds of sharp words, he had no choice but to force himself to be entangled with the crafty old foxes of the various sects. In the end, the various sects finally reached an agreement. The Heavenly Profound sect was the sect with the most profound strength and resources among the 5 sects, and the island was within the sea region under their jurisdiction. They could roughly get about a quarter of the entire island's cultivation resources, but the Heavenly Profound sect also had to fulfill the responsibility of providing the main protection for the entire island. As the discoverer of the island, Zhenling drove away the heavenly demon entrenched on the island, preventing the loss of the large spirit stone vein on the island. However, he also paid the price of not a small number of cultivators from the sect. Furthermore, he generously reported the situation of the island to the other sects, so each sect more or less owed him. In addition, Zhenling had displayed a strength that made people wholeheartedly submit to him, and in the end, he was able to get a quarter of the island's cultivation resources. Originally, Liu Tianling even took the initiative to propose to share the defense of the island with the Heavenly Profound sect, but it was rejected by Qing Li Laozu without even thinking. What a joke! The Crystal Palace had tried every possible way to send their strength deep into the Middle Earth, but to no avail. Zhenling was able to so easily send his strength deep into the Heavenly Profound sect sea region, and he still had to carry the good reputation of risking his life for his allies. The good things in the world could not be completely monopolized by the Zhenling family. Chapter 1425. The Tianxian sect and the Zhenling clan took up half of the resources on the island. Of the remaining half, the Tianyu sect took 20%. However, the Tianyu sect and the Tianxian sect had to bear the main responsibility of guarding the island. These 2 sects belonged to the training world of the Central Plains, so they did not have any scruples against the overseas sects. Thus, the Tianyu sect was naturally willing to have someone to assist them in guarding the island. The remaining 30% was divided equally between the Carefree Pavilion and the Skyrend clan. These 2 sects did not contribute much to the discovery, mining, and protection of the island. However, as the nominal owners of the island, only these 5 sects working together could resist the covetous eyes of the various forces in the training world. From this point of view, the 2 sects had a clear conscience in taking 15% of the resources. Although the protection of the island was mainly handed over to the Tianxian sect and the Tianyu sect, the 3 overseas sects still had to send Dharma adepts to guard the island. Firstly, it was to assist the 2 sects in guarding the island. Secondly, it was to declare their ownership of the island. At the same time, they had to supervise the mining process of all the mineral veins on the island. After the 5 sects met at the Tianyu sect, the leaders of the various sects returned to their own sects and began to deploy troops according to the wishes of the sects. The Zhenling clan stopped at the island before returning to the North Sea to complete the handover with the practitioners from the Tianxian sect and the Tianyu sect. At the same time, they sent the various training resources that had been mined from the island under the overall planning of spiritual master Xianwei onto the ship. They also left behind Tian Shu Laozu and 10 core forging practitioners as the representatives of the Zhenling clan to the island. Then, they returned with a full load. At the same time, they returned to the North Sea with a bride from the Tianyu sect. After that, the 5 sects took action one after another. They adopted an obviously unified pace and began to work together to resist the counterattack of the Crystal Palace. Several large-scale conflicts occurred in the East Sea, causing the situation in the training world of the entire East Sea to become tense. In the conflicts, both sides suffered losses, but overall, they maintained a stalemate. However, in the eyes of the various forces in the training world, the Holy Lands of the East Sea, which had always been arrogant in expanding everywhere in the training world, had suffered a loss this time. It was only then that people realized that ever since the calamity of Mara began to gradually disappear, the situation in the entire world of cultivation had undergone a huge change. First, the demon clan of the Endless Mountain seized the opportunity when Mara's army attacked and occupied the Magic Cloud City in one fell swoop, breaking the blockade of the Lingyun Valley on the Endless Mountain Range and forming a suppression on the Lingyun Valley. Soon after, the Wuxing School was discovered stealing the Qingming River's water vein. They suffered heavy losses at the foot of Luoxin Mountain and even lost a weapon spirit of the heaven-opening artifact that they used to protect their luck. After that, the Nine Profound Tower encountered an unprecedented calamity from Mara. After 10 years of encirclement, the Nine Profound Tower's vitality was greatly damaged. They had no choice but to ally with the other sects to break through Mara's encirclement, and after that, they announced that they would seal off their sect. Immediately after that, the Purple Sun Palace encountered a situation similar to that of the Lingyun Valley. The entire demon clan of the Northwest joined forces to suppress the West Wilderness. The large sect supported by the Purple Sun Palace, the West Wilderness Palace, was destroyed, and the entire West Wilderness became a paradise for the demon clan. However, before the training world could take a breather, the sects of the South Sea suddenly fell out with the Skyward Pavilion. Then, the Ba Gui clan suddenly intervened in the battle between the two sides, causing the Skyward Pavilion to be unable to take care of itself in the south. Now, the 5 major sects, Tianxian, Tianyu, Zhanling, Skysplitting, and Xiaoyaro, suddenly plotted against the Crystal Palace, causing the Crystal Palace's forces in the central region to be wiped out, which shocked the world. Following that, the 5 major sects announced that they would form an alliance to fight against the Crystal Palace. Conflicts broke out in the East Sea's training world one after another. The Crystal Palace, which had always been the strongest in the training world, was helpless against the alliance of the 5 major sects, which shocked the entire training world. It was only then that the situation in the training world gradually became clear. People suddenly realized that the 6 sacred lands, which had led the training world for tens of thousands of years since the beginning of the world, had encountered unprecedented challenges after the calamity of Mara gradually subsided. Moreover, it seemed that the situation was not too good for them. When the 6 sacred lands encountered difficulties, the various forces in the training world, especially the sects, forces, and families that were previously under the control of the 5 sacred lands, began to stir. They tried to take advantage of the fact that the influence of the sacred lands had declined to the extreme to get rid of their control. For a time, the entire training world of the central region was in turmoil. The era when the 6 sacred lands controlled the training world seemed to be a thing of the past. I didn't expect the central region to become like this, Lu Ping said to Kai Lianying, who was beside him, with a wry smile. Lu Ping had originally wanted to take Kai Lianying out to relax and travel around the central region. Unexpectedly, the central region was now in a state of chaos. In comparison, the overseas training world, especially the North Sea, had become a paradise after the Zhanling sect became a major sect and formed an alliance with the 5 major sects. Watching Kai Lianying knock down the dozen or so cultivators in front of him, one after another, Lu Ping was speechless. Was this the 4th or 5th wave of bandits they had encountered along the way? In Lu Ping's opinion, these so-called bandits were just some small sects or families with legacies in disguise. However, the entire training world of the central region seemed to be out of control. Everyone hoped to strengthen themselves in a short period of time through robbery. Otherwise, they could only be robbed by others. All the sects, big or small, seemed to have fallen into such a vicious cycle. Along the way, out of consideration for their respective identities, the 2 of them concealed their cultivation bases and traveled the cultivation world as low-level cultivators. Unexpectedly, Someone quickly treated the two of them as fat sheep and pretended to be robbers in an attempt to rob them. It was even to the extent that even though Kai Lianing's face was covered with a red veil, her graceful figure and bewitching temperament gave off a powerful charm. Coupled with the low cultivation that she revealed, it gave those robbers an additional option to rob her. After casually sending these cultivators away, Kai Lianing had a sudden impulse and looted all of the storage artifacts on the bandits. She seemed to have fallen in love with the feeling of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Under her strong request, Lu Ping had no choice but to suppress his cultivation even more. There were 5 or 6 storage pouches hanging from his waist, and each of them was bulging. It was as if there was a label on his body that said, "I'm a fat sheep, come and rob me." Thankfully, Kai Lianing seemed to be treating this as a game. After teaching the bandits a lesson, he didn't kill them. Instead, he took all of their storage treasures. Kai Lianing. Although there was a lot of things, Lu Ping was naturally not interested in them. However, Kai Lianing was never tired of it, so Lu Ping could only let her do as she pleased. As time passed, the bandit title of red-clothed Rakshasa slowly began to spread in the areas they traveled. As for Lu Ping, he was gloriously ignored. When Kai Lianing heard about the title of red-clothed Rakshasa, she became even more proud and kept showing off to Lu Ping. However, Lu Ping secretly grumbled to himself. How did he become a Rakshasa without even killing a single person? Destruction of the Holy Land. Chapter 1426. Kai Lianing's talent was definitely very high. At least from Lu Ping's point of view, Kai Lianing's talent was no less than Liu Qianyuan's, and even comparable to Yin Tianchu's. The reason why Kai Lianing's level of practice was lower than that of the other two was because Kai Lianing had been seriously injured and her soul had been searched, causing her to lose all of her original memories. After being rescued by Mai Tianqin, Kai Lianing's level of practice was still there, but she was muddle-headed and could only restart her practice from scratch, which naturally delayed her progress. The other reason was that Kai Lianing had always been stuck in her heart, or rather, it was a knot in her heart. Perhaps she did not even realize this, but Lu Ping knew that it was because of this knot that she was unable to break through to the peak of the Dharma stage, even though she was only one step away from the peak of the Dharma stage. If she could not take this step, she would not be able to complete her practice in the early Dharma stage, and it would be even more difficult for her to advance to the mid-Dharma stage. If she were to forcefully summon the Thunder Trial, it might even cause her to fall short of success. Although Lu Ping couldn't fully understand Kai Lianing's thoughts, he could roughly guess what she was thinking. This was a knot in her heart that Lu Ping couldn't help her with. But he could find a way to help her temporarily forget about the things that were bothering her. This was the real reason why Lu Ping wanted to take her on a trip to the central mainland this time. He hoped that what they encountered on the trip would be able to alleviate the conflict in Kai Lianing's heart, or perhaps divert her attention to other things. Lu Ping had succeeded, but he did not expect the situation to be like this. Kai Lianing was very happy playing the pig to eat the tiger. With Lu Ping around, she was not afraid of the other party coming to find her. No matter what, it was much better to be lucky than to be helpless. In a tree-lined valley, a huge bronze wine cauldron floated above Kai Lianing's head. Clouds of blue mist seeped out of the cauldron and surrounded Kai Lianing, who was in the middle of cultivating. As Kai Lianing circulated her Zhenyuan, the mist slowly but continuously seeped into her body. Lu Ping, who was guarding her from afar, could feel the rising aura around Kai Lianing and finally relaxed. Kai Lianing had accumulated enough strength to completely touch the peak of the early Dharma stage, and she was only one step away from triggering the Thunder Trial. Now, although Kai Lianing had not resolved the knot in her heart was no longer as heavy as before. In addition, Lu Ping of the past 6 months had accompanied her on her travels to the central mainland, and his knowledge and of mind were much broader than before. It was only natural for her to improve her training. It was only when the air above Kai Lianing's head began to tremble that Lu Ping suddenly stood up and walked into the valley. At the same time, his aura enveloped the entire valley like a slowly rising water level, ready to drown Kai Lianing in her training at any time and interrupt her training. At this time, Kai Lianing suddenly opened her eyes and smiled at Lu Ping. Don't worry, I remember what you said. The thunder trial won't come so soon. After a pause, Kai Lianying said softly, thank you. With Kai Lianying's intelligence, she had actually understood why Lu Ping had accompanied her on her travels when she had broken through to the peak of the Dharma stage. Lu Ping breathed a sigh of relief and said, I just wanted you to see the scene of the thunder trial in advance, so you can be mentally prepared. But don't let the power of the thunder trial make you feel even more pressured. Lu Ping stretched out his hand, and the Linglong wine tripod that had been floating above Kai Lianying's head slowly fell into his hand. As for Linglong, when Kai Lianying had finished her training, she had already leaned on the side of the wine tripod and listened to their conversation. However, after hearing Lu Ping's words, she was immediately displeased and said, that Linglong's thunder trial is for your partner to enjoy, but Linglong is about to face the second thunder trial. Don't scare this sister. Lu Ping laughed and smacked Linglong's head into the wine cauldron. He scolded, you little brat, you're so smart. You've been accumulating for so many years. You've already gained so much from the Qingming River's water vein, and you've even devoured a lot of the pure yang weapon spirit's origin essence. If you still can't overcome the second lightning tribulation, I'll just smash you into a pile of scrap metal. Linglong carefully stood on the side of the wine tripod, revealing only her eyes, and said in a low voice, if I can't get through the thunder trial, I will naturally become scrap metal. There is no need for you to smash me. Lu Ping pretended to be angry and said, what did you say? Linglong said in a tender voice, I want the 8 sceneries building. I want to become a pure yang spirit treasure like the Chenkuan wine tripod. Lu Ping sighed and said, the Chenkuan wine tripod regulates the world's spirit veins. If you take this path, the second tribulation spirit treasure is the top. You have heard the sect's Tian Lian always say that your own quality determines the hope of advancing to pure yang. Don't think of being like the Chenkuan wine tripod, but can only choose one of the paths to the end. Do you want to become a second tribulation spirit treasure that is completely the same as the Chenkuan wine tripod, or only have part of the Chenkuan wine tripod's function, but can retain the hope of advancing to pure yang in the future? Choose for yourself. Linglong was suddenly depressed. She didn't have a Chenkuan wine cauldron imitation spirit treasure. She didn't want to become a heaven-opening divine artifact like the Chenkuan wine cauldron, but she also knew that such a hope was almost hopeless. If she gave up some of its functions and walked the path of specialization, it would instead concentrate all of Linglong's advantages and preserve the possibility of advancing to the pure yang stage. Well, you are the master, it is up to you to decide. The dark clouds shrouded the valley, and the purple-blue lightning fell into the valley one after another, illuminating Kai Lianying's slightly pale face. Feeling the tightness of Kai Lianying's grip on his arm, Lu Ping chuckled and comforted her. Don't worry, this is Linglong's second thunder trial after all. It will be more powerful than the first thunder trial you will summon in the future. Linglong snorted coldly and said, I am just worried about Linglong. However, Lu Ping still felt the strength on his arm lessen a lot. He smiled and said, don't worry, although I have several spirit treasures, I only have 2 second tribulation spirit treasures. I will not let Linglong take the risk easily. Moreover, Linglong already had the strength to advance to a second tribulation spirit treasure more than 100 years ago. The reason why it has been delayed until now is that I have been hesitating whether to let her fuse with the Beijing Tower. Moreover, Linglong has accumulated a strong foundation over the years. If there are no accidents, this thunder trial should be more daunting than dangerous. As he spoke, the 8th thunder trial smashed into the valley like a water column pouring down from the sky. Bang! Boom! 2 loud sounds came in succession. Although the 2 were far enough away from the valley, they could still clearly feel the vibration from the ground under their feet. A solemn look appeared on Lu Ping's face. Obviously, the 8th thunder trial had injured Linglong quite badly. Her body, which was floating in the air, should have been smashed to the ground by the power of the thunder trial. However, a muffled buzzing sound came from the valley. Lu Ping's expression relaxed a little. He knew that the thunder trial just now did not cause much damage to Linglong's body. The tribulation clouds in the sky suddenly collapsed and shrunk. Then, the last thunder trial, with almost all the power of the tribulation clouds, directly fell into the valley through the void. With a loud bang, The mountains within a radius of a few miles shook. Countless boulders rolled down from the hillsides around the valley. One of the steeper hillsides directly collapsed, forming a cliff that was more than 10 feet high. "Let's go and have a look." As soon as the two arrived in front of the valley, Lu Ping frowned slightly. On the side, Kai Lianying saw Lu Ping's expression and said worriedly, "What's wrong? Did something happen to Linglong?" Lu Ping looked calm and said, "It's nothing. It's just that there are some people who don't have eyes everywhere." In the valley, Linglong's wine cauldron was overturned on the ground. But from the flickering light around her body, it was obvious that she was not seriously injured. However, Linglong, who climbed out of the cauldron, looked much more miserable. Her whole body was emitting green smoke, her hair was standing on end, and her small face was black as if she had just come out from a pile of coal. Kai Lianying chuckled and walked forward to wipe her, but Lu Ping noticed that Linglong was able to exist outside of the wine cauldron. Before Linglong became a second tribulation spiritual treasure, she rarely left her body. Obviously, the thunder trial had reduced Linglong's dependence on her body. However, just as Kai Lianying was about to approach Linglong, a shout suddenly came from behind them. "Stop!" Kai Lianying's expression changed and he turned around to see a few rays of light descending from the valley. The person in front had a greedy look in his eyes as he stared at Linglong's wine cauldron. He said, "This is the treasure of the flowing cloud pavilion. All of you, get out of here." Kai Lianying was stunned, but when he saw Lu Ping standing at the side without saying a word, he laughed and said, "What a joke. This is a spiritual treasure of the flowing cloud pavilion. Why does it belong to the flowing cloud pavilion now that it has passed the tribulation?" Lu Ping had accompanied Kai Lianying as she traveled the Central Plains. Previously, he had been fooling around with her and had concealed his level of training up to the blood condensation stage. Naturally, he did not attract the attention of the other party. Kai Lianying, on the other hand, had just reached the peak of the early Dharma stage. His Dharma aura surged and attracted everyone's attention. The person who had spoken earlier said confidently, "Nonsense. This is a second tribulation spiritual treasure. How can it belong to an early Dharma minor repairs cultivator like you? This treasure was clearly unearthed here and has undergone its second tribulation. This place is under the jurisdiction of the Flowing Cloud Pavilion, so the treasure that was unearthed naturally belongs to the Flowing Cloud Pavilion." Kai Lianying had been traveling the Central Plains for a long time and naturally knew that the Flowing Cloud Pavilion was a famous and large sect in the Central Plains. However, he did not expect the other party to be so unreasonable. However, looking at Linglong, who had just passed the tribulation, Kai Lianying could understand why these people were trying to take the treasure by force. Although they had the advantage in numbers, Kai Lianying was not afraid. Chapter 14:27. The cultivator from Flowing Cloud Pavilion was attracted by the lightning tribulation and tried to snatch Linglong's wine cauldron. Lu Ping did not say a word. Although Kai Lianying was annoyed and amused at the same time, she strangely did not resent the cultivator's actions. On the contrary, she understood the actions of Flowing Cloud Pavilion to a great extent. Kai Lianying herself was a bandit and had made a name for herself in the perished land. If she were in the shoes of the cultivator from Flowing Cloud Pavilion, she would have made the same decision to snatch Linglong's wine cauldron. In fact, from Kai Lianying's point of view, this mid-Dharma adept from Flowing Cloud Pavilion had insisted that Linglong did not belong to Kai Lianying, but had attracted the lightning tribulation because the treasure had been unearthed. This behavior was simply too honest. If it had been her, she would have directly claimed that the treasure belonged to Flowing Cloud Pavilion and they could have just fought over it. There was no need to cover things up and leave room for argument. Even the treasure had been unearthed by itself. Kai Lianying's beautiful eyes darted around as she waved at Linglong and said, "Linglong, come here." Linglong, who had not yet recovered from the lightning tribulation, was still in a daze and did not know what had happened. When she heard Kai Lianying's call, she stood up and walked shakily to Kai Lianying. Kai Lianying looked at the cultivator from Flowing Cloud Pavilion at the mouth of the valley and laughed mockingly. "You said that the treasure had been unearthed by itself. How is it that the spirit of the item is so familiar with me?" Long before Linglong had walked behind Kai Lianying in a daze, the face of the cultivator from Flowing Cloud Pavilion at the mouth of the valley had already turned red. This mid-Dharma adept was one of the most outstanding disciples of the third generation of the Flowing Cloud Pavilion. It was just that he, who had grown up under the protection of the sect, had not experienced much of the trials and tribulations of the world of practice. He was completely unable to be as cunning as the older adepts who had been through many hardships. However, at this point, it was enough for the disciple from Flowing Cloud Pavilion to fly into a rage out of humiliation. This could be considered as Kai Lianying helping the disciple from Flowing Cloud Pavilion take the step from a rookie to a veteran. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame my Flowing Cloud Pavilion for bullying you. Kai Lianying clapped his hands and laughed. That's more like it. Otherwise, how could they be so domineering? But if you want to snatch this treasure, you have to ask the owner of the treasure first. The cultivator from Flowing Cloud Pavilion was stunned. He looked at the direction Kai Lianying was pointing at and saw that the so-called target was just a blood condensation realm cultivator, minor repairs. How could he not know that Kai Lianying was just making fun of him? The face of the Flowing Cloud Hall cultivator sank. You're messing with me. Since you fellows want to die, I might as well grant your wish. At this moment, Lu Ping suddenly asked, who is Yun Tian to you? The cultivator from Flowing Cloud Pavilion, who had just gathered his strength, was taken aback, but he still answered, Yun Tian Laozu is my martial uncle. However, the disciple from Flowing Cloud Pavilion quickly realized that the one who had called Yun Tian Laozu by his name was actually this minor repairs from the blood condensation realm. Furthermore, this minor repairs did not even look at them when he spoke. Instead, the aura he exuded caused him to unintentionally answer Lu Ping's question. The disciple immediately felt humiliated. A mere minor repairs from the blood condensation realm? Even his disciple's cultivation was higher than this minor repairs from the blood condensation realm, and this fellow actually dared to speak to him in such a manner. Originally, I didn't want to start a massacre, but who would have thought that you wouldn't know when to stop? Don't blame me for being merciless. The direct disciple waved his hand at Lu Ping from afar. This move of his was called sneaking into the night with the wind. Although the name sounded poetic, it was a ruthless move that killed without leaving a trace. In his opinion, it was a waste to use this move on a blood condensation realm cultivator. But the direct disciple didn't think it was worth it to use this move on a blood condensation realm cultivator. It seems that I still lack self-control. No wonder my martial uncle encouraged me to go out and explore the world. In order to establish a foothold in the cultivation world, strength was the foundation, but it wasn't the only thing. When the direct disciple attacked, he was still sighing in his heart. However, the blood condensation realm cultivator in front of him, who he had already predicted would die, stood there as if nothing had happened. The direct disciple's technique that he had tried so many times before was like a clay ox in the ocean. He had kicked an iron plate. This fellow wasn't even a blood condensation cultivator. The disciple's expression sank. He coldly said, "Who are you? Why are you provoking my Flowing Cloud Pavilion again and again? Are you trying to make an enemy out of our sect? Make an enemy out of me?" Lu Ping glanced coldly at the Flowing Cloud Pavilion official disciple, not bothering to hide the disdain in his eyes. "You're just a little mid-Dharma cultivator. Even if Yun Tian were here, he wouldn't dare to speak to me like this." The disciple's expression turned cold. He had just used these words to mock Kai Lianying, but now, Lu Ping had used them back on him. Such arrogance. "Old man, I want to see who has the guts to look down on my Flowing Cloud Pavilion." An angry roar came from afar, and a ray of light flew towards the valley from the horizon. The corner of Lu Ping's mouth curled up in a mocking smile. Finally, as the ray of light descended, Yun Tian Laozu strode out. A few Flowing Cloud Pavilion disciples at the entrance of the valley hurried forward to greet him. Yun Tian Laozu was the only one who nodded. His expression was solemn, and he looked at the disciple with a hint of dissatisfaction. Clearly, he was dissatisfied with the disciple's delay in dealing with the matter in the valley. Yun Tian Laozu was considered one of the more famous cultivators in the Central Plains. After the battle at the Nine Mysteries Tower, Yuntian Laozu had also benefited a lot from entering the Dao altar world. After a few years of closed-door training, he had quickly pushed his cultivation to the peak of the late Dharma stage. Even the fourth pure yang throne in the history of Flowing Cloud Pavilion was waving at him. Now, the 6 holy lands of the cultivation world were all in trouble. The 2 holy lands near Flowing Cloud Pavilion, Wuxing School and 9 Mysteries Tower, had suffered great losses. Now, Yuntian Laozu was full of ambition. He wanted to raise Flowing Cloud Pavilion status in the cultivation world once again after advancing to the pure yang stage. He wanted to become an established sect like Tianxian sect and Tianyu sect. Who was the one who spoke so arrogantly just now? Lu Ping turned around slightly with a smile on his face. He looked at the stunned cultivator in front of him and said, "Fellow Yuntian, how have you been?" Lu Tianping. Ancestor Yuntian exclaimed in shock. Subconsciously, he was about to put up his guard, but then he realized that he would be making a fool of himself in front of his own disciple if he acted so cowardly. So, he tried his best to suppress the fear in his heart and said solemnly, "What are you doing here? My Flowing Cloud Pavilion has nothing to do with your Zhenling sect." Yuntian Laozu actually did not care whether his image in front of the sect disciples was ruined because of his panic at the moment he saw Lu Tianping. Because when he shouted the 3 words Lu Tianping, the Flowing Cloud Pavilion cultivators behind him were already in an uproar. How could they care about the expression on their own Yuntian Laozu's face? Lu Tianping was the North Sea Water Sword Immortal who killed a pure yang fire Luan and fought off a heavenly demon. Several Flowing Cloud Pavilion disciples looked at Lu Ping with fear in their eyes. The direct disciple from Flowing Cloud Pavilion was already drenched in cold sweat. This condensation minor repairs in front of him was actually the North Sea Water Sword Immortal who pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. He had actually shouted at him and even secretly attacked him, trying to kill him. Thinking of this, the direct disciple felt as if he was walking on the edge of the gates of hell. "You are the North Sea Water Sword Immortal, but you hid your cultivation and plotted against us. Is it really that fun?" Lu Ping pointed at Linglong's wine cauldron in the middle of the valley and said, "That's strange. It was your Flowing Cloud Pavilion that came looking for trouble with me. Why is it that from your tone, it seems that I deliberately came looking for trouble?" Lu Ping paused for a moment, then a smile suddenly appeared on his face. He said, "If you say that I deliberately came looking for trouble, it is not without reason. If I remember correctly, fellow Daoist Yuntian was one of the people who set up a trap in the Dao altar to kill me, right?" Yuntian Laozu's expression instantly changed. He smiled bitterly and said, "What happened in the Dao altar was also because of the Wuxing School's bewitchment. I didn't think that the person who was ambushed would be you, Lu Daoyu. Moreover, Lu Daoyu didn't suffer any losses that day. On the contrary, it was great cultivator Ji Yu from Wuxing School who had his cultivation crippled by Lu Daoyu. Oh, so you're saying that if I was the one who suffered losses that day, then I deserved it?" Yuntian Laozu was stunned and said quietly, "If Lu Daoyu insists on fighting, the old man will accompany you." Lu Ping smiled and didn't say anything. Yuntian Laozu glanced at the scene in front of him and roughly guessed what had happened. He suddenly turned around and scolded fiercely, "Ignorant things, you can't read and don't know how to touch the signboard. Do you dare to casually offend the North Sea Water Sword Immortal?" Lu Ping and Kai Lianying looked at each other secretly. They could see the ridicule in each other's eyes. The other person only said that he had offended them, but he didn't mention anything about stealing the treasure. He spoke highly of Lu Ping, but in fact, Lu Ping was just like the direct disciple of the Flowing Cloud Pavilion who had offended him. They were both third-generation cultivators. The direct disciple hesitated for a moment, then silently stepped forward and said, "I didn't know that Senior Lu was here. I have offended you, please forgive me." This surprised Lu Ping. From Lu Ping's point of view, all the direct disciples cultivated by the sect were arrogant. Expecting them to apologize for him would be worse than killing them. However, this direct disciple of the Flowing Cloud Pavilion was actually willing to put down his pride and apologize. This made Lu Ping take a few more glances at him. Lu Ping's eyes narrowed slightly and he quickly stepped aside. He then smiled and said, "I don't dare. Fellow Daoist Chen, please don't make things difficult for me. We are both third-generation disciples, so you and I can treat each other as equals. Seeing that the matter was over, Yun Tian Laozu felt relieved. He still had a smile on his face and said, "It was my flowing cloud pavilion's fault. Since Lu Daoyu is passing by, why don't you come to my flowing cloud pavilion and stay for a while to make up for the previous offense against Lu Daoyu?" Lu Ping put on a fake smile and refused. "Fellow Daoistun, I appreciate your kindness. Everyone, please go back. I still have important matters to attend to, so I won't chat with you anymore." Chapter 1428. The cultivators from Flowing Cloud Hall followed Yun Tian Laozu out of the valley. Watching them leave, Kai Lianing said, "And here I was, thinking that you were going to attack. Unexpectedly, you let them go so easily." Lu Ping said in an exasperated tone, "This is Flowing Cloud Hall's territory. If I start a massacre here, even if I have 3 heads and 6 arms, I will not be able to stop the entire Flowing Cloud Hall from making things difficult for me. Not to mention, doing so will easily provoke the Central Plains world of cultivation. When that happens, it will only make things worse. It is best if both sides have some reservations. Flowing Cloud Hall is located in the inner region of the Central Plains. Normally, it would not have any dealings with the overseas world of cultivation. However, it is also not an enemy that we can casually provoke." When Lu Ping turned around, he saw that Linglong had regained the appearance of a beautiful little girl. However, after overcoming her second lightning tribulation, Linglong had grown up considerably. She appeared much more mature. Even so, she still appeared to be only 14 or 15 years old. Lu Ping chuckled and asked, "How is it?" Linglong giggled and waved her hand at Lu Ping. Immediately, the spiritual energy within the valley churned. Lu Ping spread out his divine sense and found that the surrounding spiritual energy was rapidly converging towards the valley with Linglong as the center. Lu Ping stretched his hand out and the turbulent waves of spiritual energy immediately dissipated. He said, all right. If we cause too much of a ruckus, that Yun Tian Laozu might go back on his word and come back to kill us, what should we do?" Kai Lianing smiled and asked, "Where are we going next? By the way, when will the sword duel between Xiang Palace and Skyrend begin? You are the one who invited both sides. Surely, you know the location of the duel, right?" Lu Ping kept the wine cauldron. However, Linglong continued to play around with Lu Ping and did not return into the wine cauldron. Only then did he say, "Flowing Cloud Hall has already noticed this place. We cannot stay here any longer. Let's leave this place first. As for the location of the duel, it will be at the West River cultivation region. We are not far from there. However, before that, you should first overcome your first lightning tribulation. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to enter the sword duel grand meeting." Not long after Yun Tian Laozu and the rest left the valley, Chen Changming couldn't help but ask, "Martial uncle, why did Lu Tianping come to our sect at this time?" Yun Tian Laozu snorted and said, "What other reason could there be? It should be because of the rumor that the 6 heirs of Xiang Palace have joined hands to challenge Xiao Baiyu. Xiao Baiyu is known as the #1 sword cultivator in the cultivation world, while Xiang Palace is the #1 sword sect in the world. Their duel will naturally cause a stir in the cultivation world. Lu Tianping's sword techniques have shaken the cultivation world. Now that Zhenling is an ally of Skyrend, he will naturally not miss out on such a grand meeting. As for why he appeared in our sect's territory, maybe he's accompanying his female friend on a sightseeing tour." However, Chen Changming still seemed to be a little worried and said, "That spiritual treasure that just passed the tribulation should be a second tribulation spiritual treasure. Even in our sect, there are only 2 of such treasures. This Lu Tianping is really bold. When a normal spiritual treasure passes the tribulation, it will be under the heavy protection of the sect, for fear that it will be robbed after the tribulation. However, this Lu Tianping randomly found a desolate place and dared to use his spiritual treasure to summon the tribulation lightning. Isn't this obviously inviting people to rob it? Who dares to take it?" Yun Tian Laozu snorted and said, "Do you still think he's a third-generation cultivator like you? If he wasn't absolutely confident in his own strength, why would he randomly choose a place for his treasure to go through the tribulation? Of course, it's because he believes that no one can take the treasure from him. Think about it, if Xiao Baiyu summoned the tribulation lightning for his treasure near our sect, would you dare to take it? Looking at his disciple, who had his head lowered in silence, Yun Tian sighed, in this world, there will always be some extremely talented people whose achievements make others despair. The only thing we can do is never lose hope and confidence to catch up to them. Qian Changming suddenly looked up and said seriously, Martial uncle, I know what to do. Lu Tianping won't be a burden to me, but a motivation to move forward. Yun Tian Laozu nodded in satisfaction. The reason why he liked this disciple wasn't because of Qian Changming's talent. On the contrary, as a famous large sect in Middle-earth, the Flowing Cloud Pavilion's third-generation cultivators had many disciples who were better than Qian Changming in both cultivation and talent. The only thing that Yun Tian Laozu cared about was this disciple's unyielding fighting spirit. No matter what kind of predicament or how strong the opponent was, this disciple could always maintain a strong fighting spirit and an optimistic attitude. In Yun Tian Laozu's opinion, only a person like this could become the future sect leader of the Flowing Cloud Pavilion. Only then could Flowing Cloud Pavilion resist the pressure from the surrounding sects, the Nine Mysteries Tower and the Wuxing School. Yun Tian Laozu suddenly stopped in mid-air and turned around. Changming, take everyone back. The old man has something to do. He'll be back soon. Qian Changming asked doubtfully, Martial uncle, are you going back to find Lu Tianping? They shouldn't be in the valley right now. Yun Tian Laozu patted his shoulder and said, Don't worry. Your martial uncle isn't stupid enough to find trouble with Lu Tianping at this time. Although Qian Changming was full of doubts, he didn't dare to disobey the order of his most respected sect elder. Seeing that his disciple had left, Yun Tian Laozu turned around and flew towards the northeast. Lu Ping brought Kai Lianying north to the Yulon River. Then, he followed the Yulon River to the east and arrived at a foggy swamp. Seeing the surprise on Kai Lianying's face, Lu Ping smiled and said, This is the lush jade swamp. It's the place where the Yulon River and the Yulon River meet. If you follow the Yulon River north, you'll reach the Yulon Mountain courtyard that Zhenling secretly opened in the Central Plains. This place used to be a gathering place for ferocious beasts. Few people ever come here. The mist here can weaken the divine sense of a cultivator. When the Mara's calamity broke out in Hebei, the final battle took place here. All the sects had a chaotic battle here. After the battle, the lush jade swamp became even more desolate. Therefore, there's no need to worry about people disturbing you. It's a good place to undergo the tribulation. The only problem is that the spiritual energy here is thin and not helpful for cultivation. Kai Lianying smiled and said, It's not bad. At least, there's no need to worry about people coming after you undergo the tribulation. But speaking of which, you went through so much trouble to find such a dangerous place for me to summon the tribulation. Does that mean you'll have to leave for a while? Lu Ping knew that he could not hide it from her. He smiled bitterly and said, Indeed, I can only protect you during the tribulation. After that, you'll have to train on your own for a period of time. Alternatively, I can send you back to the Yulon Mountain courtyard. That place is currently managed by Elder Mai Tianqin's eldest disciple, Sister Tianhui. Upon hearing this, Kai Lianying shook his head and refused, saying, Forget it then. I'll just train here in the swamp. Don't worry, no one will cause trouble for a Dharma adept for no reason, especially in such a desolate place. Lu Ping said helplessly, I didn't expect you to have accumulated so much. You almost triggered the tribulation when you just broke through the early Dharma stage. Otherwise, we would have had enough time to return to the East Sea or the North Sea to undergo the tribulation. Furthermore, this matter is rather tricky. I can't delay any longer. After you successfully undergo the tribulation, I'll have to leave immediately. Lu Ping hesitated for a while, but still handed her a jade bottle. Kai Lianying looked at the jade bottle in her hand doubtfully. There were many seals and runes engraved on it, and there were a few small spirit-sealing talismans pasted on the mouth of the bottle. She knew that the elixir inside was not to be underestimated, so she put it away and asked, What's inside? Lu Ping thought for a while and said, I didn't want to give it to you at first. It's called the heaven-stealing elixir, and it's an elixir that's only used when you're in a life or death situation. Consuming it will have very serious consequences, so you can't use it unless you have no other choice. It's only useful during the first tribulation. Although it can save your life, it's not very useful. I'm just a little worried. Kai Lianying saw that Lu Ping was speaking incoherently because of the elixir, and she could not help but find it funny. However, she knew that Lu Ping was concerned about her, and she also knew that the elixir was inauspicious for a Dharma adept, so she could not bring herself to say it. She rolled her eyes at him and said, Do you have so little confidence in me? If I can't even survive the first tribulation, then I, Kai Lianying, might as well kill myself. I won't use the elixir, but I won't return it to you either. From Kai Lianying's point of view, although the elixir was inauspicious, it was the true expression of Lu Ping's sincerity, and that was what she truly valued. In fact, Lu Ping was really in a mess because of his concern. Although no one could be certain about the tribulation, and any accidents could happen, the most fundamental thing was still the strength of the cultivator undergoing the tribulation. If the cultivator was really powerful to a certain extent, then there would naturally be no need to fear any accidents during the tribulation. It was just like when Lu Ping summoned the second tribulation. The Sword of True Spirit forcefully intervened and attempted to undergo the tribulation with Lu Ping, causing the power of the second tribulation to suddenly increase to the intensity of a pure yang tribulation. However, Lu Ping still relied on his strong cultivation foundation and powerful body to endure it, and in the end, he obtained great benefits. After Kai Lianying summoned the tribulation, the entire process was daunting but not dangerous, but Lu Ping, who was far away from the tribulation, was still on tenterhooks as he watched. It wasn't until the 9th lightning bolt struck down that Lu Ping dared to enter the abundant jade swamp and look for Kai Lianying, who had just finished his tribulation. Kai Lianying was still in the air, but he didn't have the courage to enter the abundant jade swamp. By this time, Kai Lianying's tribulation had already been completed for more than 2 hours. After absorbing the pure yang aura of the first tribulation, the injuries caused by the tribulation had mostly healed. Lu Ping patrolled the surroundings of the lush jade swamp and only completely relaxed when he found that Kai Lianying's tribulation really did not attract anyone's attention. After that, Lu Ping used the Linglong wine cauldron as a guide to extract a small water vein from the Yulon River into the lush jade swamp, so that Kai Lianying could use it to open up a temporary cave for training. After the Linglong wine cauldron had undergone the second tribulation, its ability to control and gather spirit veins had greatly increased. During the battle at the Nine Profound Tower, Lu Ping had to spend a great deal of effort to divert the attention of the Nine Profound Tower when he wanted to draw a water vein from the Qingming River to his encampment. Now, with the help of the Linglong wine cauldron, he had managed to extract a branch of the Yulon River without attracting the attention of the Wuxing school, the Tianxian sect, and the Koi clan, who all viewed the Yulon River as their own. The Linglong wine cauldron would be used to suppress this water vein, and Lu Ping left nearly 100 top-grade spirit stones for Kai Lianying before leaving the lush jade swamp and flying south. The Qingming River flowed from the west to the east, and when it reached the vicinity of the Nine Profound Tower, it turned southeast and flowed into the Southern Sea. Lu Ping also didn't expect the gathering to be held in the Nine Xian Mountain. After all, this was a place he couldn't be more familiar with. But with so many great presences gathered here, did they really think the Nine Xian Pavilion was blind to their presence? When he passed by the valley where the thieving Laozu's cave was located, Lu Ping was slightly surprised. This was the place. Furthermore, judging from the marks left behind, the gathering was within the cave that Laozu had opened up. Lu Ping was shocked. Could they be planning to enter from the Longevity Sky Grotto? However, during the battle at the Nine Profound Tower, Mara's army had broken through the Nine Profound Tower's training grounds, and the cultivators from the various sects had taken the opportunity to plunder. Lu Ping had entered the Longevity Sky Grotto from there, causing the entire place to be a meter high. How could the Nine Profound Tower not have noticed? If they had, why would the Nine Profound Tower continue to keep this hidden danger? Could this place be a trap? Lu Ping was not in a hurry to enter the valley, and instead, he flew above the valley. This time, He could clearly see that the huge rock that was the entrance to the thieving heaven grotto had already shattered into pieces. It was clear that the Nine Profound Tower had found the entrance that thieving Laozu had secretly opened up after the Longevity Sky Grotto's calamity, and they followed the clues to completely destroy the thieving heaven grotto. Then how did Xiao Baiyu and the rest find this place? Lu Ping was bewildered, but he still didn't enter the valley. When he flew across the sky above the valley again, an angry voice suddenly blasted in his ears. I say, kid, you're really bored. You're making old Yuan dizzy by wandering around in the sky. Hurry up and get down here. The surrounding space vibrated as if it had bound Lu Ping in an invisible cage. Following which, the surrounding air currents became chaotic, and in the perception of Lu Ping's divine sense, an invisible hand was already grabbing towards Lu Ping's body. Lu Ping's heart turned cold. Based on this spatial ability and the powerful aura that Lu Ping's divine sense had captured when the irritable voice sounded, the person who made the move was an authentic pure yang cultivator. Furthermore, it was a pure yang cultivator of the demon race. Chapter 1429. However, he was underestimating Lu Ping's capabilities if he thought he could make him surrender with such a method. Lu Ping snorted coldly and the aura around him surged. In an instant, the space cage burst like a balloon that had been injected with enough water. Following that, Lu Ping clenched his fists and the water vapor in the surrounding void condensed into a cloud hand, which instantly collided with the invisible hand that was grabbing at him. There was no sound or movement, but Lu Ping dodged the moment the two hands came into contact. At the same time, Lu Ping's spiritual force accurately sensed that the demon clan's pure yang cultivator had no choice but to leave his hiding place to avoid the violent spatial turbulence caused by the clash of the two spiritual powers. Therefore, the demon clan's pure yang cultivator was completely exposed to Lu Ping's spiritual force. The former general of the Great Ape Clan, Yuan Pokong, was him. At this moment, the spatial turbulence caused by their battle finally erupted. Lu Ping's divine sense detected that other than Yuan Pokong, there were also several other pure yang cultivators around them. An even larger space cage enveloped the entire area. But this time, Lu Ping didn't panic because the pure yang cultivator's space cage was created to eliminate the spatial turbulence caused by the battle between him and Yuan Pokong. But this time, Lu Ping didn't panic because the pure yang cultivator's space cage was created to eliminate the spatial turbulence caused by his battle with Yuan Pokong. Don't the two of you know that you're fighting in an appropriate place? Causing such a huge commotion here, do you really think that the Nine Mystical Tower is blind? Lu Ping's heart relaxed. The person who spoke was Xiao Baiyu. Following that, Qi Fan Laozu's voice sounded, Old Yuan, do you have any more questions this time? HMPH, HMPH. Yuan Pokong's voice seemed very surprised and carried a trace of irritation. After that, he muttered in a low voice, Motherf***. It was unknown if he was scolding Lu Ping. Everyone revealed themselves in the void. One by one, a surging pure yang aura wreaked havoc in the space cage that everyone had jointly set up. Lu Ping happened to be in the middle of these people. However, in the face of this pressure, he was indeed calm and composed. He looked at these people one by one, calmly meeting their slightly scrutinizing gazes. Xiao Baiyu, Qi Fan Laozu, Full Moon Laozu, Linyu Laozu, Feng Lu, Yuan Pokong, and Yang Shouchang. In addition to these 7 pure yang cultivators whom Lu Ping recognized, there were also 3 human pure yang cultivators whose auras were no weaker than the 7 of them. At this moment, a gloating voice sounded, Old monkey, you've lost face now. Old Xiao and Qi Fan have long said that this little guy is not simple, but you insisted on reaching out to test him. Isn't it obvious that you don't trust old Xiao and Qi Fan? Look, you've lost the face of a pure yang cultivator. Yuan Pokong was instantly enraged. Yang Shouchang, shut your F***king mouth. I don't know who was the one who wished for the world to be in chaos and fought with our old Yuan to test him. Now you F***king change your tune so fast. Lu Ping's gaze turned and heard the gloating voice once again coming from Yang Shouchang's mouth. Haha, in any case, it was you who made the move. What does it have to do with the old man? Yuan Pokong cursed, Yang Shouchang, You are the younger brother of the Peacock King. Where is your dignity? Don't be so shameless, okay? Yang Shouchang laughed. My *SS dignity*. Only now do you know. Qi Fan Laozu frowned and said, You too, stop arguing. Does anyone have any objections to the newcomer coming in? If not, then hurry up and settle the matter. Lu Daoyu has just arrived and should have many questions that need to be answered. If he stays here for too long, the 9 Profound Tower will definitely notice him. Do you really think that the 9 Profound Tower is blind? Yuan Pokong coldly snorted in dissatisfaction, while Yang Shouchang looked at Lu Ping with a mischievous smile. However, neither of them spoke again. Obviously, among the 10 pure Yang cultivators, Qi Fan Laozu's prestige was not low. Feng Lu looked at Lu Ping with a serious expression. Lu Ping could almost feel a palpable murderous aura from Feng Lu. In his divine sense, he could see a hellish scene of slaughter. Lu Ping's expression was solemn, and with a cold snort, his divine sense surged out without reservation. It was like a world-destroying torrent, causing the heaven and earth created by Feng Lu's divine sense to become a doomsday torrent. The hellish scene had no choice but to vanish into thin air before the doomsday. Hey! Ah! Interesting! A few exclamations sounded. Obviously, the divine sense that Lu Ping displayed was far beyond everyone's expectations. Originally, they thought that although Lu Ping's strength was comparable to that of a pure Yang cultivator, divine sense cultivation was sometimes related to a tenacious will. Lu Ping's 300 years of cultivation could be considered to have made a name for himself at a young age in front of these old demons who had 1,000 years of cultivation. Without the experience of laying the foundation of time and killing like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, it was unlikely that his divine sense cultivation would be so tenacious. However, when Lu Ping's divine sense erupted in an instant, not only was he not shocked by the hellish scene of corpses and a sea of blood projected by Feng Lu's divine sense, but it turned into a monstrous flood that washed away everything. Lu Ping's instinctive action was a little shocking to the other pure Yang cultivators. Feng Lu had a name in the cultivation world, which was called Sage Xueshou. He was a famous butcher in the cultivation world. Under the impact of his overbearing divine sense, other pure Yang cultivators had to be careful, and they could only defend their minds and face the enemy passively. However, Lu Ping broke his divine sense illusion in an instant, which meant that Lu Ping's divine sense cultivation was at least not weaker than Feng Lu's. It was no wonder that the pure Yang cultivators, who had the mentality of 1,000 years of old demons, could not help but exclaim at this time. At this time, Xiao Baiyu suddenly smiled and asked, "What do you think?" A glimmer of light flashed in Feng Lu's eyes, but his face was still cold. He opened his mouth and said, "Not bad. You are very good." The first "not bad" was a reply to Xiao Baiyu, and the second was a reply to Lu Ping. If Yuan Pokong's previous test had made the pure Yang cultivators present recognize Lu Ping's qualifications to join their group, then now they had to seriously consider the suggestion made by Xiao Baiyu, who was the leader of the alliance. Although Lu Ping did not understand what Xiao Baiyu was talking about, he knew that it probably had something to do with him. Therefore, he hovered in the space jointly maintained by the pure Yang cultivators and remained silent. At this time, Full Moon Laozu said with a smile, "This matter can't be decided in a short period of time. There are still us old guys around, and he is the only newcomer. Let's let him adapt first and talk about it in the future. Besides, I'm afraid Lu Xiaoyu can't even recognize all of us now, and things are still unclear. Do you really believe that Lu Xiaoyu will listen to you just like that?" Xiao Baiyu was stunned. Although he had a deep conversation with Lu Ping previously, and Lu Ping had indeed revealed his ambition for their plan, Lu Ping did not promise him anything and only agreed to join and take a look. Seeing the calm expression on Lu Ping's face, Xiao Baiyu said in a self-deprecating manner, "I was rash. Let me introduce everyone to Lu Xiaoyu first." There's no need to introduce Brother Seven Fans and Senior Full Moon. The way Xiao Baiyu addressed everyone also made Lu Ping feel somewhat helpless. In fact, be it Seven Fans Laozu, Full Moon Laozu, Yuan Pokong, Yang Shouchang, and the others, they were actually considered as first-generation cultivators in the cultivation world. On the other hand, Xiao Baiyu was a genuine second-generation pure Yang, but he was of the same generation as 7 fans Laozu and the others. When it came to full moon Laozu, he was a generation lower than Lu Ping, which made Lu Ping quite speechless. Fortunately, this was not a problem for Lu Ping, because Lu Ping had to address any one of the 10 pure young cultivators present as a senior. Among the 10 pure young cultivators, Lu Ping knew 7 of them. As for the remaining 3, 2 of them were itinerant cultivators like Lin Yu Laozu. One of them was called Shihua Laozu, and he was an authentic itinerant cultivator. As for Guyua Laozu, his background was somewhat similar to Lin Yu Laozu's. They were originally cultivators of a sect, but later on, they fell out with the sect and had no choice but to betray the sect and become an itinerant cultivator. However, his cultivation level soared and he became a pure young cultivator, causing the sect he was in to become a laughingstock in the cultivation world. As for the third pure young cultivator, Laozu, he was from a large sect in Middle-earth, the 7 Virtuous sect. He was called San Chen Laozu. Lu Ping had been traveling around Middle-earth for a long time, so he had heard of the name of the 7 Virtuous sect. He heard that the founder of the sect, Laozu, was one of the 7 Dharma adepts. Originally, the sect was called the 7 Virtuous sect. However, the 7 founders of the sect, Laozu, felt that the name of the sect was too eye-catching. Coincidentally, the 7 of them each mastered a unique skill that had been passed down in the sect for generations, so they changed the name of the sect to the 7 Virtuous sect. However, when they first heard of the 7 Virtuous sect, most people said that this sect had no successor. Although it was a large sect, there were no outstanding disciples in the 3rd and 4th generation. It was likely that the sect would go downhill in the future and fall from its position as a large sect. However, they had never heard that the 7 Virtuous sect actually had a hidden pure young cultivator, Laozu. After everyone had finished introducing themselves, San Chen Laozu took the lead and asked, "Friend Xiao, your target this time is the 9 mystical tower, right?" Xiao Baiyu nodded and said, "After the battle at the 9 mystical tower, the 9 mystical tower's strength has been greatly reduced. Now, it is the weakest of the 6 holy lands. I believe everyone has guessed that this is the reason why we have gathered here." Shihua Laozu said, "The 9 mystical tower is indeed the weakest now. The other 5 holy lands are all busy with their own affairs, so this is indeed the best time to strike. However, now that the 9 mystical tower has closed its doors, all of its power has been concentrated within the 9 mystical tower, making it the strongest. Friend Xiao, do you have any plans to break into the 9 mystical tower?" Xiao Baiyu smiled bitterly and said, "To be honest, I really don't have any ideas at the moment." Jiu Laozu frowned and said, "Can't we just force our way in?" Yuan Pokong was very dissatisfied and said, "Old man Jiu, could it be that you're afraid?" Yang Shouchang, who was standing at the side, wished for the world to be in chaos and said, that's right. Could it be that you're afraid? If you're afraid, then hurry up and scram." Chapter 1430. Laozu was very dissatisfied with the 2 fellows who wished for the world to be in chaos, but he could not do anything about it. However, Lu Ping found it strange as he watched from the side. Among the 10 pure young cultivators present, only Yuan Pokong and Yang Shouchang were pure young cultivators of the demon race. It stood to reason that Xiao Baiyu organized this alliance to deal with the 6 holy lands, so it was better to abandon the monster cultivators. After all, it was not a good reputation to collude with the monster race and invite trouble into the house. Even if they succeeded in the future, they would probably be criticized by others in the cultivation world. Besides, even Lu Ping himself could see this point of doubt. How could those pure young cultivators, who were not cunning, see through it? However, Xiao Baiyu brought these 2 pure young monster clan cultivators into the alliance, and the other pure young monster clan cultivators did not object to this. Even when the 2 of them were making jokes and pestering each other endlessly, they tried their best to give in to them. That was to say, there must be a reason that Lu Ping did not understand. At this time, Xiao Baiyu also spoke, "All right, the 2 of you. This is not the time to play around. If the 2 of you mess around, you won't be able to see this grand scene." Yuan Pokong immediately said, "There's no way out of this, old Yuan. You guys say it, You guys say it. Our old Yuan is just a shoulder. You guys decide how to fight. Old Yuan will be the vanguard. Young Shouchang made a good start as he said fiercely, damn it. At most, this daddy will steal the 5 elemental spiritual light fan again. If I can make a hole in the 9 mystical towers protective array, young Shouchang said fiercely, but no matter how he looked at him, there was a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Clearly, this matter would not be easy to accomplish. Xiao Baiyu frowned and said, Old Yang, you can't. The last time you helped me fight against the 5 holy lands, your brother was already very dissatisfied. Old Yang also suffered quite a bit because of this. The 5-element spiritual light fan is the symbol of the Peacock Throne. You were able to steal it the first time because Peacock King trusted you and didn't guard against you. If you want to steal it again, not only will you not be able to, you will also be grounded by Peacock King. When that happens, we will lose a great battle force. This is not a risk we can take. Lu Ping could see that young Shouchang was obviously relieved, and there was even a hint of fear in his eyes. Clearly, the punishment he received for stealing the 5-element spiritual light fan had caused him, the pure young Laozu, to feel some lingering fear. However, San Chen Laozu said, if not for the 5-element spiritual light fan, I'm afraid the old man's mysterious sky-breaking array with the 7-colored restriction-breaking talisman would not be able to break the 9 mystical towers protective array. Don't forget, the protective array of the 6 holy lands is suppressed by treasures of the heaven-splitting divine artifact level. Even if the old man is proficient in formations, it would be useless for him to make a small hole in the 9 mystical towers protective array. This San Chen Laozu was clearly a great grandmaster who was proficient in formations. With his pure yang cultivation, he could be considered a top-notch formation master in the world of cultivation if he could break the 9 mystical towers protective array. Lu Ping had also heard some legends about San Chen Laozu from Lin Yu Laozu. This San Chen Laozu was obsessed with formations. Although he was also a top-notch pure yang Laozu, he spent many years studying the Tao of formations in the Southern Sea Nether Sea. Over 100 years ago, the formation forest in the Southern Sea of the Underworld Sea was suddenly destroyed by someone. In order to obtain more inheritances related to formations before the formation forest in the Southern Sea of the Underworld Sea collapsed, the 3 stars Laozu spent close to 100 years to leave these formations in the Underworld Sea, trying to preserve these inheritances. It was also because he was so deeply immersed in the study of formations that this Laozu basically stopped caring about the matters of the 7 manifestation sect after he advanced to the pure yang level. This also caused this large sect with a long history to have a pure yang overseeing it, but the power of the sect declined year by year. This time, it was unknown how Xiao Baiyu and the rest managed to invite this Laozu. However, this White Feather Alliance was originally a heaven-defying operation. From this, it could be seen that this San Chen Laozu was not without ambition. Hearing San Chen Laozu's words, Qi Laozu had a worried expression. He said, didn't San Chen say that this abandoned thieving heaven cave dwelling once had a spatial passage leading to the 9 mystical tower? Although it has been blocked by the 9 mystical tower, it has been opened before. What if we start from there again? San Chen Laozu shook his head. Absolutely not. Since the 9 mystical tower has suffered a loss here, how can they leave any loopholes? Even if there are loopholes, it is most likely a trap. This is also the reason why the old man is unwilling to set up another formation. Lin Yu Laozu spoke at this time. What if we use more rainbow restriction-breaking talismans? San Chen was startled and said, that's a method that isn't really a method. The 9 profound pavilions heaven creation artifact, the 7-feathered fan, was left behind by Daoist Luan. If we want to start with the 7-colored restriction-breaking talisman, then we'll need a huge amount. How many? San Chen Laozu pondered for a moment. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, at least 49. 49? Lin Yu Laozu laughed bitterly. This is really not a small number. Xiao Baiyu pondered for a moment and said, guys, don't hide it. Tell me what you have. I can take out 4 pieces of paper. Qi Fan Laozu said, the old man has 5. Full Moon Laozu also said, I also have 4. The 10 pure yang experts were naturally rich, but the 7 colored restriction-breaking talismans were not easy to obtain. The 10 of them had only managed to gather 28 talismans, which was far from the 49 talismans that 3 Chen Patriarch had requested. Yuan Pokong did not even have a single talisman on him, and it was already good enough for itinerant cultivators like Patriarch Lin Yu and Patriarch Shahua to have one. Even Patriarch Guiyue only had 2, and 3 Chen Patriarch had 6 7-colored restriction-breaking talismans, which was the most among the 10 of them. Is there any other way? The complete inheritance of the rainbow restriction-breaking talismans is in the hands of the 6 sacred lands. The talisman masters of the various sects in the cultivation world might be able to make 1 or 2 by chance, but it is also due to luck. Moreover, most of them are treasures. Even if we collect them with all our strength, I am afraid we will not be able to gather 49 in such a short time. At that moment, Lu Ping suddenly said, I also have 5 rainbow restriction-breaking talismans. The 10 pure young masters suddenly fell silent. Then, 20 pairs of eyes stared at Lu Ping. Some were surprised, some were puzzled, some were excited, and some were suddenly enlightened. Xiao Baiyu said with some shame, I forgot that there is still Lu Xiaoyu. Although Xiao Baiyu had brought Lu Ping here and Lu Ping also had strength that they recognized, they subconsciously did not treat Lu Ping as one of them. Or rather, they did not expect that Lu Ping would have a rainbow restriction-breaking talisman, which was something that could only be encountered by chance in the cultivation world, and he even took out 5 of them at once. In fact, Lu Ping also had this intention. Since he was already on the same boat, he naturally had to do something. Otherwise, even if he had strength, he would not be recognized by everyone. At most, he would be recognized as a fighter. Everyone's plan was big, and the harvest was naturally big. Since Lu Ping was involved, he naturally had to get a share of the pie. Moreover, he could not be lacking. Otherwise, what was the point of being a fighter who only listened to orders? At that moment, San Chen Laozu pondered and said, there has always been a rumor in the cultivation world that the Ying Tian sect of the Hebei cultivation world had once obtained the complete inheritance of the rainbow restriction-breaking talisman. Later on, the Ying Tian sect was destroyed. 200 years ago, there was another rumor in the cultivation world that the Ying Tian dojo had appeared. However, it was said that the North Seas cultivation world had obtained the inheritance of the rainbow restriction-breaking talisman. Did Lu Xiaoyu's sect obtain the inheritance of the rainbow restriction-breaking talisman? Lu Ping was shocked, but he put on a smile and said, how is that possible? The North Seas cultivation world did find the Ying Tian dojo, but our sect did not obtain the inheritance of the rainbow restriction-breaking talisman. However, it is true that the restriction-breaking talisman in my hands came from the Ying Tian dojo. Lu Ping did not care whether these people believed him or not. In any case, he would not admit to it. Even though Lu Ping was not afraid of bearing the consequences of this matter with his current status, there would always be room for negotiation if he did not admit to it. If he did, there would always be some trouble. After San Chen Laozu asked, he did not pursue the matter any further. Everyone began to discuss other countermeasures. Although Lu Ping's 5 restriction-breaking talismans had surprised everyone, the problem was not completely solved. There were only 16 restriction-breaking talismans. Even though Zhenling had mastered the complete inheritance, it was still beyond his ability to take out so many rainbow restriction-breaking talismans in one go. Moreover, it was extremely difficult to make a rainbow restriction-breaking talisman, and it required a large amount of cultivation resources as a foundation. Why would Lu Ping want to be a fool for no reason? Break the spirit vein. Sage Xue Shou did not say anything, but once he did, it was a drastic measure. Xiao Baiyu slapped his forehead and said, I'm only thinking about how to break the formation. The foundation of the formation's operation is still the spirit vein. If we can weaken the spirit vein, the formation will naturally not operate smoothly, and its defensive power will decrease. Naturally, it will be much easier to break it. Do you have any ideas, Brother Jiu? Jiu Laozu was a master among the ore-seeking masters, but he was more proficient in controlling and guiding spirit veins. It was clear that Xiao Baiyu had put in a lot of effort to gather all these people together. It's difficult. Jiu Laozu continued, it's not that the old man has not considered this possibility, But the Nine Profound Tower also has or seeking masters and formation masters. Perhaps the old man has a way to influence the Nine Profound Tower's spirit vein, but he can only influence it. He cannot cut off the spirit vein's supply. As for the Qingming River's water vein, it is very important, and it is not easy to control it. Moreover, it is extremely easy for the Nine Profound Tower to detect it. Even if the Nine Profound Tower and the Skyward Pavilion controlled most of the Qingming River's water vein, the Nine Profound Tower could not completely rely on the Qingming River's water vein. There must be a huge spirit vein in the sect's dojo. Even if they controlled the water vein, they might not be able to affect the formation's operation. However, if they ignored it, it seemed that it would be even more difficult to break through the formation. Jiu Laozu finally sighed and said, "Unless we have a divine item like the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth that can suppress the Nine Profound Tower's spirit vein, otherwise," everyone sighed inwardly. If they had the chance to obtain the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth, they would not be here to plot against the Nine Profound Tower. Instead, they would be attacking the Five-Element Mountain. At this time, Qifan Laozu saw that Lu Ping had stopped participating in the discussion after providing the 5 7-colored restriction-breaking talismans. He just sat quietly and listened, so he casually asked, "Lu Xiaoyu, do you have any ideas?" Everyone fell silent once more as they turned to look at the young cultivator who had given them a pleasant surprise earlier. Lu Ping did not expect Qifan Laozu to take the initiative to ask him. He was startled at first, but then he said in a low voice, "I might be able to try to stop the Qingming River's water vein, but don't get your hopes up. Even if I'm lucky, I'm afraid it won't last long." This time, the other Pure Young Masters had a whole new level of respect for Lu Ping. After all, the entire Qingming River's water vein was even more majestic than a giant spirit vein. Back then, even the Five Elements sect only dared to sneakily take a small portion of it. But in the end, it still caused a huge uproar in the cultivation world. In the end, the Five Elements sect suffered heavy losses and was disgraced. Although the pure young cultivators were all top almighties in the cultivation world, they were not confident that they could go against the entire Qingming River's water vein with their own strength. However, Lu Ping said that he could temporarily affect the water vein. This naturally made everyone look at him in a higher light. As for whether or not Lu Ping could do it, no one doubted it. At their level, their control over their bodies had reached the pinnacle. Everyone knew very well what they could and couldn't do. Furthermore, if they didn't have the confidence to stop the Qingming River's water vein, they would only face death in the face of the mighty heavenly might. No one would joke around with their lives, so naturally, no one doubted Lu Ping's ability. In fact, Xiao Baiyu and the others had been plotting against the Nine Mystical Tower for a long time. The process was naturally a huge and thorough plan. Everyone had actually been preparing for many years and had prepared most of the details. Now, the only things that were still being planned were the key points that needed to be carefully considered. These were matters that concerned everyone's lives, so they had to be careful. However, even Xiao Baiyu himself did not expect that after bringing Lu Ping here, they would immediately make progress on the two key points that everyone had been discussing for a long time. Chapter 1431. In fact, Lu Ping had no other choice. Although he had gained everyone's approval, Lu Ping could feel the alienation from them during the discussion. This was not because they had intended to do so, but because the pure young masters had been planning for decades or even longer for the Nine Mystical Tower. They had put in a lot of effort, and now that Lu Ping had suddenly joined them, they would have to share in the final harvest. Although they did not say much out of respect for Xiao Baiyu and the others, they still felt a little uncomfortable and subconsciously excluded Lu Ping during the discussion. Lu Ping also knew that if he did not show some of his abilities and pay a price, it would be difficult for them to truly acknowledge him. Although the rainbow restriction-breaking talisman was important, it was not the foundation of this battle. Lu Ping believed that if the pure young masters really focused on collecting, with their thousands of years of connections in the cultivation world, obtaining 49 rainbow restriction-breaking talismans was just a matter of time. At most, they could delay the start of the plan by 8 to 10 years. They had already waited for decades, so why would they be short of time? However, Intercepting the Qingming River's water vein was a different story. This was a matter of true ability, and it was one of the key factors that would determine the success or failure of this plan. Lu Ping taking the initiative to do this was already enough to elevate his status to the same level as the other pure yang masters. In fact, it was still about strength. If one dared to do something that others could not do, he would naturally be looked up to. San Chen Laozu also said, if Lu Xiaoyu can really influence the Qingming River's water vein and affect the operation of the 9 mystical towers protective array, and if Ji Yu uses other secret techniques to affect the supply of the 9 mystical towers spirit vein, the old man might be able to reduce the scale of the mysterious sky-splitting array and set it up with only 36 rainbow restriction-breaking talismans. However, when that time comes, we might have to rely on Xiao Daoist's one sword to break all things and Daoist Yuan's heaven's equal holy staff. When Yuan Pokong heard this, he immediately patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, our old Yuan might not have a fight, but I'm not afraid of a big one." San Chen Laozu then turned to Yang Shouchang, "Fellow Daoist Yang, the old man also needs your help." Yang Shouchang rolled his eyes and said, "What?" San Chen Laozu had long been accustomed to these two monster race pure Yang masters' slow-witted tempers and still patiently said, "Although fellow Daoist Yang does not cultivate spirit arrays, the secret divine ability of the peacock royalty is extremely useful in breaking spirit arrays." Although fellow Daoist Qi Shan's 7 spirit fans are different from the 5-element spirit light fan, the Peng and Luan bloodlines have many similarities, so I would like to ask fellow Daoist Yang and fellow Daoist Qi Shan to help me activate the profound heaven-splitting grand array. Qi Fan Laozu nodded and said, "Of course." Everyone stared at Yang Shouchang, and this Peacock King's junior brother was instantly scared and said, "What are you all looking at me for? I didn't say I wouldn't agree." San Chen Laozu smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist Yang is very righteous." Yang Shouchang snorted and cursed in a low voice, "Righteous my ass." At this time, Jiyu Ming Laozu also said, "The old man also needs fellow Daoist Lin's help here." Fellow Daoist Lin's divine ability of music may be able to help the old man influence the 9 profound towers spirit vein. Although this is extremely difficult and requires a lot of luck, if it really succeeds, it may be easier for fellow Daoist San Chen and the others to cooperate with Lu Xiaoyu in the Qingming River. That would be for the best. San Chen Laozu sighed and said, "It's a pity that the old man has wasted decades in the Dark Space Sea and still hasn't found the Dark Space Crystal left behind by the Dark Space Sect. Otherwise, the old man would have a higher chance of breaking through the 9 profound towers array." Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat, but his face was still expressionless. His gaze was slightly lowered as if he was thinking about something. Everyone's tasks seemed to have been assigned, but there was still Full Moon Laozu, Shahua Laozu, and Fenglu who had nothing to do. Fenglu said, "If that's the case, I will be the first to enter." Shahua Laozu also smiled and said, "Then the old man will be the second." However, Xiao Baiyu shook his head and said, "Fellow Daoist Shahua, you don't have to be so anxious. The real difficulty lies in the 9 profound towers spirit space dimension. At that time, fellow Daoist Shahua and senior full moon space magic will shine. Before that, Brother Feng, Brother Qi Shan, and Brother Yuan will be the first to kill their way in." Shahua Laozu knew that there was a big gap between his strength and the 4 of them. However, Xiao Baiyu's reason was reasonable. The space secret technique that he had mastered was indeed of great help to everyone's plan this time. It was related to everyone's success or failure at the last moment, so they could not afford to make any mistakes. Therefore, they readily agreed to Xiao Baiyu's excuse. Yang Shouchang was immediately displeased and said, "What about me? What about me?" Qi Shan Laozu glanced at him and said, "Are you sure you want to face the 7 feather fan that might appear?" Yang Shouchang opened his mouth and immediately became listless. When Yuan Pokong saw this, he instantly started to laugh in a heartless manner. After that, everyone discussed some other matters and emergency measures. Although Lu Ping also participated, he did not do much. He only filled in the gaps. Although these things were not difficult, they were extremely complicated. It could be seen that these people had thought carefully and planned carefully. In this regard, Lu Ping clearly felt the gap between him and these old and experienced people. Everyone gathered for another 3 days. Basically, they had thought through the plan this time. Lu Ping also completely imprinted the entire plan in his mind. After everything was planned, Yang Shouchang suddenly asked about the sword duel between Xiao Baiyu and Purple Sun Palace. He said, "Is there really a need for this sword duel? No matter how I look at it, it doesn't look like a sword duel. It looks more like a battle of qi. Is this Purple Sun Palace plotting something? Old Xiao, what do you think?" Xiao Baiyu smiled without a care and said, "So what if it is qi? Anyway, it is just playing with a few juniors. Purple Sun Palace hates me to the bone. I, Skyrend, also have a blood feud with Purple Sun Palace." Qi Laozu glanced at Lu Ping and said, "Back then, Lu Taiqing was also playing with you." Xiao Baiyu smiled and said, "I am not stupid enough to not fight back. If those juniors really want to fight with their lives, I don't mind killing a few of them and making Purple Sun Palace feel heartache." Full Moon Laozu also said, "Don't be careless. The 6 direct disciples that Purple Sun Palace nurtured are not to be underestimated. Moreover, I feel that Purple Sun Palace must have arranged some backup plan for these 6 direct disciples. You have to be careful, don't fail miserably." San Chen Laozu seemed to have thought of something and said, "Could it be the heaven-splitting sword left behind by the Purple Sun Palace's founding master, Zhao Daoren?" Xiao Baiyu thought for a moment and nodded, "That is possible. Purple Sun Palace has been passed down until now. Although there have been rumors that Purple Sun Palace has kept the heaven-splitting sword, Purple Sun Palace has produced many outstanding people. No one or force has ever been able to force them to reveal the heaven-splitting sword. Among the 6 holy lands of cultivation, only Purple Sun Palace and Crystal Palace can do this. From this point of view, it is reasonable that the 6 holy lands have these 2 palaces as their leaders." Yuan Pokong said loudly, "Old Xiao, in that case, you have done something that no one has done before." Xiao Baiyu opened his palm and a 3-inch small sword hovered above his palm. He said, "So what if it is the heaven-splitting sword? In this world, Purple Sun Palace is not the only one with the heaven-splitting sword. My heaven-splitting sword might not lose to them." Feng Lu stared at the small sword in Xiao Baiyu's hand and said, "A pure young spiritual treasure has already passed the 3rd lightning tribulation." Xiao Baiyu smiled and said, "Every time I think about that Lu Taiqing, this Xiao secretly sighs." Nowadays, the 3rd generation of cultivators in the cultivation world is like a swarm of bees. They are even more outstanding than us back then. It is impossible for this Xiao to not feel any pressure. Take Lu Xiaoyu for example. This Xiao is also putting in a lot of effort to pull him into the same camp. Back then, this Xiao only killed that Lu Taiqing by trickery. Now, Lu Xiaoyu has directly repelled the heavenly demon. If Lu Xiaoyu also steps into the pure yang realm in the future, even this Xiao will have to admit defeat. Full Moon Laozu smiled and said, "You have such a mindset of being prepared for danger in times of peace. I believe there is no need for us to say anything more." Lu Ping laughed dryly and said, "Senior Xiao is too kind. This junior was able to repel a pure young spiritual treasure by trickery. Is that so?" Xiao Baiyu looked at him with a smile that was not a smile and said, "Then what about the Fire Phoenix clan's Yang Zhouxiao?" Lu Ping shrugged and said, "This junior has never said that Yang Zhouxiao died at this disciple's hands." The crowd laughed softly. Lu Ping had actually indirectly admitted that Yang Zhouxiao had indeed been killed by him. However, there was a trace of strangeness in the crowd's laughter. And this strange feeling was obviously a kind of complicated emotion. It could be praise, admiration, fear, or jealousy. All kinds of emotions were mixed together. At this time, Feng Lu suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "I heard that you have a life and death friendship with one of the 6 swords of Purple Sun Palace?" Lu Ping did not deny this point. Yes, Purple Sun Palace's Xie Tianyang and this one can be said to be brothers of the opposite sex. Other than that, the 3rd of the 6 swords, Su Jin, also has a deep friendship with this one. Wahahaha, Yuan Pokong immediately cried out strangely, "This is interesting. I heard that you were invited by 2 sects at the same time. Even old monsters like us in the cultivation world can't get such an honor. Brat, you're going to be in trouble when the time comes." At this time, Yang Shouchang also laughed evilly. That's right. Say, if old Xiao can't hold back his sword when the time comes and Su Jin or Xie Tianyang is about to die, will you help? Will you help? Lu Ping stared at Yang Shouchang and suddenly laughed happily. If Senior Xiao is trapped by the 6 swords of Purple Sun Palace and is on the verge of death, this one might also help. Yuan Pokong and Yang Shouchang's strange laughter came to an abrupt stop. Yuan Pokong looked at Lu Ping, then looked at Xiao Baiyu strangely, then asked Lu Ping seriously, will old Xiao lose? Yang Shouchang also said, will he? Lu Ping sat upright and still, completely ignoring the two. Xiao Baiyu laughed, while Feng Lu looked at Lu Ping seriously and said, you're very good. 7 Fan Laozu said at this time, all right, everyone can disperse. Go back and make your own preparations. After the West River Sword duel, it will be the time when 9 Mystical Tower will be in danger. 3 days later, everyone left 9 Mystical Mountain one after another to make their final preparations. In the abandoned thieving Heaven Cave residence, only Xiao Baiyu, 7 Fan Laozu, Full Moon Laozu, and Lu Ping were left. Full Moon Laozu smiled and said, you have a lot of questions in your heart, you can ask them now. Lu Ping nodded and said solemnly, why is there no one from Yuan clan participating this time? The 3 Laozu were stunned. After a long time, 7 Fan Laozu smiled bitterly and said, I didn't expect you to ask such a question. How did you know we were planning to cooperate with Yuan clan? Chapter 1432. 7 Fans Laozu looked at Lu Ping in surprise and said, how did you know that we once tried to cooperate with the Yuan clan? Lu Ping was silent. Xiao Baiyu also said solemnly, it seems that you know much more than we imagined. Lu Ping was still silent. The 3 pure yang experts exchanged glances with each other. Finally, it was Full Moon Laozu who said, we don't trust the Yuan clan. Lu Ping finally asked, why? Xiao Baiyu's expression carried a hint of playfulness and said, they are too great. Great people shouldn't be so prosperous. Moreover, they are just a clan. They can't be like the 6 holy lands that can recruit all kinds of talents from all over the world. How can they have the same inheritance as the 6 holy lands just by relying on the bloodline inheritance of the clan alone? Just because of this, Lu Ping said with some dissatisfaction, doesn't this show that they are righteous and are respected by the cultivation world? The Yuan clan is the direct descendant of Peng Daoren. It is not too surprising that the clan has some rare treasures that can be passed down to the beginning of the world to maintain the clan's inheritance. At this moment, the 7 Fan Grand Master said in an extremely serious manner, a family that has justice in their heart and is willing to sacrifice themselves to fight against the Demon Luo disaster should not be able to last forever. The Demon Luo disaster that happens once in 1,000 years, not only did it not destroy the Yuan family, who has been fighting so hard without caring about their own safety, but it has always been able to maintain an unusual stability and prosperity. Isn't it strange? Xiao Baiyu also said, we don't fear to use the worst thoughts to figure out the Yuan clan. We won't doubt a person sacrificing himself for a noble goal, but if a clan can do this, we can't help but wonder if there are other purposes. Moreover, this clan has been sacrificing themselves for the cultivation world for tens of thousands of years since the beginning of the world. If you say that they have any ulterior motives, I am the first to agree. The Yuan clan may have the support of a great power that we don't know, but we don't want to cooperate with a kind of unknown power. Lu Ping was a little surprised and said, so you are just guessing from the beginning to the end, just relying on intuition? Intuition is enough. Xiao Baiyu said seriously, what we have planned can cause the sect to fall into a disaster. If there is even the slightest doubt, we would rather give up this strong support. 7 Fans Laozu said in a deep voice, actually, it is not all intuition. Lu Ping became spirited and said, why do you say so? 7 Fans Laozu pondered for a moment, as if he was searching for some old memories, and said, the old man is a little older, and I have seen the calamity of Mara twice. When the first calamity of Mara happened, the old man was only a 4th-generation disciple of our sect, a minor repairs in the blood condensation realm. At that time, I remember the old man's grandmaster sighed and said, The Yuan clan is really timely. Whenever there is a calamity of Mara, they will always rush to the scene at the first moment. At that time, the old man was young and ignorant, but he was also very passionate about the Yuan clan's righteousness. However, after 1,000 years, the old man has seen and thought too much. This Yuan clan always seems to be able to rush to the scene of the calamity of Mara as soon as the calamity of Mara breaks out, and the number of people who rush to the scene is definitely not many. Although they always have outstanding achievements against the calamity of Mara, in reality, these people alone are not enough to change the situation of the calamity of Mara. The real resistance against the main force of the Mara army is still the alliance of the various sects in the area where the calamity of Mara breaks out. At this time, Full Moon Laozu seemed to have been inspired by Qi Laozu and thought of something. He said, "Now that Daoist Qi Fan has said it, this old man has also thought of something." After the calamity of Mara broke out, this old man always spread the clan's disciples all over the world. It seems that every place where the calamity of Mara breaks out will be resisted by the disciples of the Yuan clan. In reality, with the identity of the number one clan in the world, they can completely gather the clan's disciples to form a joint force and eliminate the calamity of Mara that breaks out in a certain place. But why would they disperse the clan's strength and spread the disciples all over the cultivation world? Moreover, the Yuan clan and the Six Holy Lands are both forces that have inherited the inheritance since the beginning of the world. If there is no tacit understanding between the Yuan clan and the Six Holy Lands that is not known to others, then it is basically unreasonable. Xiao Baiyu added in the end. After Full Moon Laozu finished speaking, the four of them all fell silent. They did not know how big of a storm their discussion today would cause in the cultivation world if it was leaked out. But originally, they only had the mentality of keeping a respectful distance from the Yuan clan. But after this exchange, there was even more fear towards the Yuan clan in their hearts, and they were even more determined to stay away from the Yuan clan. After a long time, Lu Ping finally said, "I have also been advised by an elder to be careful of the people of the Yuan clan." He said that the Yuan clan might have a special connection with the disaster of Mara, but I just don't know if this connection is good or bad. Lu Ping did not say the identity of this elder, but the three Laozu present knew that this mysterious elder would not be the other two great cultivators of Zhenling. In fact, whether it was Jiang Tianlin or Celestial Phenomenon Laozu, the three of them clearly did not care about them. In that case, the elder that Lu Ping mentioned was most likely someone who was at least on the same level as them since he could detect such a secret. This kid really hid himself deeply. There was actually such a mysterious elder behind him. The three Laozu naturally would not ask who the elder that Lu Ping mentioned was, but in their hearts, their opinion of Lu Ping and Zhenling had inexplicably improved by a level. After asking about the Yuan clan, Lu Ping asked again, "In addition to this matter, there is also the matter regarding the two elders of the demon race, Yuan Pokong and Yang Shouchang. Of course, this junior is not prejudiced against them, but if the demon race cultivators are involved in such a matter, I'm afraid that it will have an extremely bad impact on the cultivation world." Xiao Baiyu seemed to have already expected this question from Lu Ping. He smiled and said, "You are actually afraid that the two of them will involve the demon race forces behind them, right? Regardless of whether it was the Peacock Royalty or the great spiritual ape clan of the Northern Ice Plains, they were both enormous tribes within the demon race, existences equivalent to the 6 sacred grounds. The two of them had special statuses in these two great demon race tribes. Now that they had participated in such an important matter, Lu Ping did not believe that the two of them would not inform their respective demon race tribes of this news. You don't have to worry about this. This Xiao can guarantee that they will not leak this matter to their respective tribes. As for the matter of their involvement being discovered, the 9 mystical tower has already fallen. As long as we deny all of this, do you think that anyone in the cultivation world will still hold on to this matter? Moreover, we currently cannot do without these two great forces. Lu Ping looked towards 7 Fan Laozu and Full Moon Laozu. Seeing that the two of them did not object to the matter of the 2 pure young demon race experts participating in this matter, he did not speak any further. Instead, he changed the topic and asked, "I believe that the 3 of you have witnessed the power of the 7 Feather Fan during the battle at the 9 Mystical Tower. How can we withstand such divine might? Upon hearing this, Xiao Baiyu immediately smiled and said, I had originally thought that Lu Xiaoyu would be the first to ask this question. I never expected that you would wait until now. Let the old man answer this question. 7 Fan Laozu cleared his throat and said, I believe that little friend should already know that the reason why the 6 sacred grounds are called sacred grounds and have a long history is because they not only possess pure yang spirit treasures that are akin to divine weapons of creation, but also have supreme experts that have reached the true spirit realm. Lu Ping's expression was solemn, but he still nodded when he heard this. The apocalyptic scene outside the 9 mystical tower that day still left a lingering fear in Lu Ping's heart even now. But has little friend ever thought that there are many sects in the cultivation world that have produced outstanding people who have reached the true spirit realm in one fell swoop? Why are these sects not as prosperous as the 6 sacred grounds? This was also Lu Ping's doubt. In fact, he had many guesses before. Hearing 7 Fan Laozu's question, he tried to say, our sect once had a grand ginseng Laozu. At that time, this Laozu also had the ambition to establish the sect's foundation in one fell swoop. Unexpectedly, after advancing to the true spirit realm for just over a year, he mysteriously disappeared. Because of this, our sect also suffered a disastrous decline. Because of this, it has taken 6,000 years for us to have today. Grand Ginseng Laozu, the old man has also heard of this genius of the North Sea from our sect's seniors. 7 Fan Laozu said with a trace of reminiscence, however, your sect's Grand Ginseng Laozu did not disappear, but went to the northern ice plains. There is also a passage to leave this world, and every cultivator who has reached the true spirit realm will be rejected by this world, so they cannot stay for too long. Otherwise, they will be punished by the heavens, so they have no choice but to leave. Not only this Grand Ginseng Laozu, in the history of the heavenly profound sect, True Spirit Laozu, Heavenly Moon Sect, and Skyrend also had True Spirit Laozu. However, without exception, they all had the same experience as your sect's Grand Ginseng Laozu. Just after advancing to the True Spirit realm, they cannot stay in this world. After consuming a large amount of cultivation resources from the sect, they turned around and left, causing the sect's foundation to be greatly depleted. In the future, they had no choice but to face the misfortune of a decline in strength. At this time, Lu Ping had more or less guessed 7 Fan Laozu's meaning, and said, Senior, you mean to say that the reason why the 6 great sects have flourished for so long is because their true spirit Laozu can stay in the sect for a long time? What is the reason for this? Because of the Minor Thousand World. Minor Thousand World? Lu Ping said in surprise, a Minor Thousand World like the Tao Altar World? The 6 great sects all have Minor Thousand Worlds. Patriarch 7 Fans nodded and said, that's right. It is because of the existence of the spirit dimension that the patriarchs of the 6 major sects, who have achieved the true spirit realm, are able to stay in the spirit dimension and avoid the rejection of the world. It is also because of the true spirit patriarchs that the 6 sacred grounds are able to enjoy such a long and prosperous status in the world of cultivation. Chapter 1433. The reason why the 6 great holy lands were able to maintain a transcendent position in the cultivation world was because the 6 great holy lands had their own small thousand worlds, which allowed the true spirit cultivator that appeared in the 6 great holy lands to avoid the rejection of this world. With a true spirit cultivator in charge, the sects in the cultivation world that had the qualifications to challenge the 6 great sacred lands could only obediently play their part. Of course, it's also because the 6 sacred lands have true spirit Laozu holding down the fort that the heaven-opening artifact passed down in their sects can display their greatest power in the hands of the true spirit Laozu. Even I, Xiao, can only flee when faced with such power. Xiao Baiyu added, however, without the heaven-opening artifact in the hands of true spirit Laozu, even if there are pure young cultivators who can barely display 30% to 50% of its power, it's not impossible to deal with it. Lu Ping naturally had no doubts about Xiao Baiyu's confidence. At the foot of Luoxin Mountain, Earth's spiritual son from Wuxing School had forcefully used the treasured cauldron of heaven and earth, but in the end, he was still unable to do anything to Xiao Baiyu and the others. Instead, he had lost 2 pure young cultivators. Lu Ping's eyes lit up when he thought of this. Senior Xiao, are you saying that the 9 mystical tower is now without true spirit Laozu? Full Moon Laozu also smiled. Otherwise, do you think that the 9 mystical tower would have no choice but to seal off their sects just because they lost a few pure young cultivators? But, why? That's because even though they are holy lands, the number of true spirit cultivators in these holy lands has never stopped. Clearly, they have very important inherited secret techniques. However, even so, they can only barely maintain 1 true spirit, Laozu, in their sect. The 9 profound towers' true spirit, Laozu, is no longer around, but the 9 profound towers' new true spirit, Laozu, has yet to appear. Thus, they can only choose to seal their sect for 100 years. When the new true spirit, Laozu, appears, the 9 profound tower will open its doors and remain one of the 6 great holy land. Lu Ping continued to ask, in that case, how can you all be sure that the 9 profound towers' true spirit, Laozu, is no longer around? Furthermore, there is only 1 true spirit, Laozu, in the 9 profound tower. Could it be that the 9 profound tower chose to seal off their base? The 3 Laozu exchanged glances with each other, as if they were discussing something. In the end, it was Full Moon Laozu who nodded slightly and said, do you know the origins of the profound sky sect, the heavenly moon sect, and the sky-splitting sect? Lu Ping did not know why the 3 of them suddenly talked about the inheritance of sects, but he still said after some deliberation, I have only heard of some legends. It seems that the 7 Fan Laozu's profound sky sect is closely related to the Wuxing school. Senior Xiao's Skyrend also seems to have the same origin as the Purple Sun Palace. As for the Heavenly Moon sect, I do not know. Full Moon Laozu nodded and said, these are indeed legends that have existed in the cultivation world for a long time. In fact, they are not wrong. The roots of our 3 sects are actually deeply related to the 6 great holy lands. In fact, many sects in the cultivation world are the same. Their founder, Laozu, may be the 6 great holy lands, in order to consolidate their own sphere of influence. They once sent their direct disciples to establish some subsidiary sects to assist the 6 great holy lands in controlling some newly opened areas. However, people's hearts change. No one is willing to always be under others. Over time, these subsidiary sects and the 6 great holy lands grew apart. After that, they began to break away from the control of the 6 great holy lands and became new independent inherited sects, such as the Profound Sky Sect, the Heavenly Moon Sect, the Flowing Cloud Pavilion, Skyrend, and so on. In addition, there are some small and medium-sized sects that are always under the control of the 6 great holy lands. However, there are also some sects that have always been under the control of the 6 great holy lands, such as the Wind and Thunder Island of the East Sea, the Purple Talisman Pavilion's Magic Cloud City under the Lingyun Pavilion, the West Desert Palace outside of the Purple Sun Palace, the Taixien sect supported by the Wuxing school, and so on. Full Moon Laozu seemed to be reminiscing about the past. His gaze was slightly blurred. The other 2 also seemed to be reminiscing about the things that had been passed down in their sects, about the resistance that the seniors of their sects had made in order to break away from the control of the 6 great holy lands. That must have been won by paying a huge price. And among these sects, Taixien, Tianyu, and Skyrend are different. When Lu Ping heard this, his expression became serious. Obviously, Full Moon Laozu was going to tell him some secrets. The creator of our 3 sects, Laozu, was a pure yang practitioner. Rather than saying that they broke away from Wuxing School, Xiang Palace, and Jiushuan Tower, it would be better to say that the founders of these sects, Laozu, led a portion of the Holy Lands cultivators who were loyal to them to rebel against the 6 great Holy Lands. When Lu Ping heard this, he was shocked and blurted out, why? It was for a chance to advance to the true spirit. 7 Fan Laozu sneered and said, advancing to the true spirit requires a huge amount of cultivation resources. In order to ensure that the inheritance of the true spirit will never be broken, even the Holy Lands will only choose 1 pure yang practitioner from each sect to combine the inherited secret skills to advance to the true spirit. This person will then become the guardian of the Holy Lands. However, there is only one person who can advance to the true spirit, and there are at least 4 or 5 pure young practitioners in the Holy Lands. Like Xiang Palace or the Crystal Palace, there may be 1 or 2 more. In this way, there is a problem. Every pure young practitioner wants to fight for this only chance to advance to the true spirit. In order to fight for this opportunity, every pure young practitioner will scheme against each other and form cliques. Although the final decision is in the hands of the previous generation's Laozu, this does not prevent them from fighting in private. At this time, if the true spirit senior is confused, or if there is a descendant among the pure young juniors, then it is inevitable that things will be unfair. Once things are unfair, these pure young practitioners will inevitably feel resentful, and if they are deliberately suppressed, it will naturally add fuel to the fire, and the only way left for them is to rebel against the sect. When a cultivator attains the pure young realm, he will build a huge network of relationships in the sect for hundreds or even thousands of years. These people all rely on his protection, and once he loses his power, many people will follow him. And if he wants to leave the sect, who knows how many people will follow him? Unfortunately, the founder of the Heavenly Profound sect, the Heavenly Moon sect, and the Skyrend family, Laozu, was one of the people who fought for the position of true spirit in the 3 Holy Lands, and he was the one who originally had the most hope of obtaining the true spirit inheritance. Therefore, we are very clear about some of the inheritance secrets of the 6 Holy Lands. Naturally, we know that the 6 Holy Lands can only maintain the inheritance of one true spirit Laozu every generation. If this true spirit Laozu suddenly meets with an accident and has to leave this world prematurely, then the 6 Holy Lands will temporarily have a situation where the inheritance of the true spirit is cut off. Accident? Lu Ping said thoughtfully, are you referring to Mara's army besieging the 9 Profound Tower? Full Moon Laozu said with a smile, you can say that. Every Laozu who becomes a true spirit can only stay in the Lesser Thousand World, but this doesn't mean that they can't make a move in this world. Otherwise, how can they intimidate the other sects and maintain the dignity of the Holy Lands? However, they only have this one chance to make a move. Once they attract the attention of this world, it will be too late to hide in the Lesser Thousand World. They can only stay in this world for 1 to 2 years at most before they have to go north to the northern ice plains and leave this world through the spatial passage left behind by the 7th Patriarch. Otherwise, when the heavenly wrath descends, they will only die. At this time, 7 Fan Laozu suddenly interrupted, the Grand Ginseng Laozu of your sect is probably not clear about these things. After becoming a true spirit, he suddenly felt the heavenly wrath descending, so he had no choice but to leave in a hurry. Lu Ping nodded, agreeing with his guess. Full Moon Laozu continued, and the 9 Shen Tower is even worse off. Under the siege of Mara's army, not only did they lose a few pure young adepts, but the remaining 3, including 8th Sister Zhu, was heavily injured. However, in the end, they had no choice but to force the true spirit Laozu to help them out. But in the end, the 9 Shen Tower was still breached by Mara's army. It can be said that they have suffered a great loss. Originally, with the foundation of these 6 Holy Lands, even if the true spirit Laozu is no longer around, with the support of 4 or 5 or even more pure young adepts, they could definitely hold up the facade of the Holy Land until the new true spirit Laozu appears. However, the 9 Shen Tower now only has 2 pure young adepts who can barely maintain their battle power. One of them is probably still in the Lesser Thousand World, receiving the secret technique of becoming a true spirit and unable to come out. In addition, in the process of resisting the calamity of Mara, they have lost even more Dharma adepts. This 9 Shen Tower has actually already suffered a great loss. I'm afraid they have long been afraid, which is why they have no choice but to seal themselves in and be a coward. When Full Moon Laozu said this, Lu Ping understood everything. This is really an unlucky year for the 9 Shen Tower. So many things have happened at the same time. Xiao Baiyu said coldly, that's right, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I'm afraid it's the only chance to pull a holy land down from its pedestal. Of course, this reputation is not what we are after. The reason we are plotting against the 9 Shen Tower is because of the Lesser Thousand World that can allow the true spirit Laozu to avoid the rejection of the heavens and earth, as well as the secret technique that allows the Holy Land to be protected by the true spirit for generation. That's right, even the seven-feathered fan can't compare to these two things. Although the heaven-splitting divine weapon is powerful, it can only unleash its destructive power in the hands of the true spirit Laozu. Without the true spirit Laozu, the heaven-splitting divine weapon is merely a slightly more powerful pure yang spiritual treasure. Lu Ping agreed with the seven-feathered fan Laozu's words. He had personally witnessed Xiao Baiyu and the others escape from the might of the treasured cauldron of heaven and earth, and successfully counterattack and injure the pure yang spiritual treasure of Wuxing School, Laozu. Full Moon Laozu also said, "This is the only chance for our sect to become an existence like the 6 great holy lands. This chance has been waiting for more than 10,000 years since the founding of the sect, Laozu. This time, the opportunity has finally come." Xiao Baiyu suddenly asked Lu Ping, "Lu Xiaoyu, what do you think?" The seven-feathered fan Laozu and Full Moon Laozu both looked at Lu Ping. Lu Ping was silent at first, then the corners of his mouth curled up. Then, the curvature became wider, and finally, he chuckled. Seeing this, the 3 pure yang spiritual treasures also laughed. The 4 of them laughed louder and louder, and their laughter became more and more joyful. Chapter 1434. If you ask me, you'd better stay in the Yingyu swamp and train in seclusion. Wait until you've completely consolidated your training. What's so good about watching the sword duel? I'm afraid I'll be in trouble when the time comes. What if I can't take care of you? Lu Ping looked at the person in front of him helplessly. You've said this 3 times. Don't you find it annoying? If I say I'll go, I'll go. You've already promised me before. Why are you going back on your word now? Kai Lianying was unrelenting. She had made up her mind to follow Lu Ping to West River to watch the duel between Xiao Baiyu and the 6 swordsmen of Ziyang Palace. Sai, you've just passed the Thunder Calamity. This is actually the best time for you to consolidate your training. If you miss this opportunity, who knows how many years it'll take to make up for it. So what? This is a pure yang sword duel. Who knows, maybe what I'll gain from watching this duel will be enough to make up for the loss of training in seclusion. Besides, I've already consolidated my training. Although my aura is unstable and I can't hide it, I don't have to worry about my training dropping. I'm not afraid of you, so what are you afraid of? Do you not want to bring me along at all? Lu Ping could only smile bitterly. After returning to the Yingyu swamp from Joshuan Mountain, Kai Lianying, who could not wait any longer, gave up on her training and urged Lu Ping to bring her to West River to watch the second sword duel between Xiao Baiyu and Ziyang Palace. Lu Ping had received a warning from Yuan Pokong at Joshuan Mountain. He knew that there might be people who were unhappy with Lu Ping's status in the West River duel and would provoke him. As such, he did not plan to bring Kai Lianying along. After all, those who could provoke Lu Ping would at least be great practitioners at the peak level. Perhaps it might even be the pure yang Laozu. After all, as a 3rd-generation disciple at the late Dharma stage, he had been invited by both the Sky Fisher Sword Sect and the Ziyang Palace. Such an honor was unique in the world of cultivation. Even Lu Ping himself would not believe it if he said that he did not make others jealous. However, Kai Lianying was determined to go. Seeing her determination, Lu Ping did not force her. After all, Lu Ping had absolute confidence in his current level of training. Even if someone wanted to provoke him, no one would dare to harm Kai Lianying in front of so many people. After all, Lu Ping was not alone in the world of cultivation. After the news of the second sword fight between Ziyang Palace and Xiao Baiyu spread throughout the world, the land of West River had become a lively place in the cultivation world. As the date of the sword fight approached, more and more cultivators came to the land of West River. Lu Ping's appearance in the land of West River quickly caused quite a commotion. As a witness of the sword battle between the 2 sects, Lu Ping, a 3rd-generation disciple and a late Dharma adept, had received invitations from both the Ziyang Palace and the Sky-Splitting Sword Sect. This was something that the cultivation world was talking about. However, there was also quite a lot of controversy in the world of cultivation. Some felt that with Lu Ping's current level of strength, he was completely qualified to be acknowledged by both sides. Others felt that Lu Ping was, after all, only a third-generation disciple. As a witness of the duel among a group of old monsters with white beards and hair, it was a little too childish. However, regardless of whether they agreed or disagreed, very few people in the world of cultivation doubted whether Lu Ping's current level of strength was qualified to be acknowledged by both sides. However, this did not mean that everyone was convinced. Not long after Lu Ping and Kai Lianying entered the land of Hushi, he saw a cultivator wrapped in a strange robe blocking his way. Lu Ping couldn't help but ask helplessly, "Are you hot?" The cultivator looked at Lu Ping and asked, "Are you hot?" The friar clearly did not expect Lu Ping to ask him this question. Although his head and face were wrapped in this strange robe, Lu Ping could still see that this person was slightly stunned. Kai Lianying, who was standing behind Lu Ping, giggled. In front of him, the friar calmed himself down and said in a low voice, "Please enlighten me, sword deity water." Although the other party had hidden his identity, Lu Ping could still sense that the other party had not deliberately hidden his level of cultivation. This was because the moment this person blocked Lu Ping's path, Lu Ping's aura, which was like the descent of the Milky Way, surged towards this person in waves. This person could only use all his strength to circulate the aura around his body to resist, but he was suppressed by Lu Ping's aura to the point that he could not speak. He only needed to take a step back and he would be able to temporarily break free from Lu Ping's suppression. However, this person was stubborn and managed to hold on under Lu Ping's suppression. After a while, he exhaled and opened his mouth to ask Lu Ping for advice. However, this also completely exposed his own level of cultivation to Lu Ping. This person was a peak late Dharma adept. However, Lu Ping was more concerned about something else. As his level of cultivation grew, his various remarkable techniques became more and more exquisite. The moment he sensed the other party's level of cultivation, Lu Ping had already sensed some other things. For example, the vitality that the other party was displaying. This was a technique that Lu Ping had learned from his own cultivation of the triple light holy water. This secret technique, which was highly likely to extend to the Wonder Dew, allowed Lu Ping to accurately observe the condition of the other party's body. If the other party had not been severely injured before, which would affect his lifespan, Lu Ping would be able to roughly estimate the other party's age. Of course, originally, Lu Ping had mainly used this secret technique on alchemy or healing. However, now, Lu Ping did not mind using it to guess the other party's identity. And judging from the huge vitality that the other party was displaying, this person should have cultivated for about 700 years. It was obvious that he was a second-generation adept. However, judging from the peak Dharma level that the other party was displaying and the powerful strength that Lu Ping had sensed, this person should also be from a famous sect. Furthermore, the sect had high hopes for him to break through to the pure yang stage. He might even be from one of the 6 holy lands. Lu Ping looked at the person in front of him playfully and said, "Senior, why do you have to challenge a junior? You should know the difference between us. You are no match for me." Lu Ping's words caused the person in front of him to be stunned. He could imagine the embarrassment and anger that this person was hiding under his clothes. He said coldly, "What's the use of empty words? If you have the ability, then fight with me." After saying that, the person immediately took out a spirit treasure and pointed it at Lu Ping from afar. The aura around his body continued to rise, like a rising mountain, trying to block the surging river aura in front of him. Lu Ping smiled slightly and said, "So it turns out that your senior wants to test my limits. He purposely sent someone like you, who is adept at defense, to spar with me. Very well, I will fulfill your wish." When the masked practitioner heard Lu Ping's words, his body trembled slightly. It was obvious that Lu Ping had hit the nail on the head. After that, his expression changed and he immediately retreated slowly as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He wanted to put some distance between him and Lu Ping. This is an experienced opponent. Lu Ping looked at the person in front of him and thought to himself, "No wonder he was sent to test me. It's just that it's still not enough." Lu Ping moved in an instant. Suddenly, several figures appeared in front of the masked cultivator. One of them had a sword of true spirit hovering above his head and pointed at the masked cultivator from afar. The sharp sword intent pierced through the void and directly confronted the spirit treasure in the masked cultivator's hand. The spirit treasure in the masked cultivator's hand suddenly trembled slightly, wanting to respond to the sword of true spirit. The masked cultivator was about to use the spirit treasure to attack when he suddenly stopped. This was because beside the sword of true spirit in Lu Tianping's hand, there was another Lu Tianping with two swords flying around him. The two swords turned into two green dragons and shot toward each other. They also emitted a dense killing intent. The masked cultivator was clearly at a loss when two Lu Tianping appeared in front of him at the same time. He could only put away the spirit treasure in front of him and cast a black-yellow light over his head to protect himself. He planned to defend himself and counterattack after seeing Lu Ping's divine ability. Suddenly, however, another Lu Tianping appeared on the other side. After forming a series of hand seals, he pushed them forward and streams of spatial power assailed the masked cultivator. Clearly, the magic skill was about to imprint itself on the masked cultivator's defensive magic skill. Each of the three Lu Tianping used a fierce divine ability. The power of each divine ability was so powerful that the masked cultivator couldn't tell which one was real and which one was fake. Which one was the real Lu Tianping and which one was his real trump card? In the blink of an eye, the masked cultivator felt his body drenched in cold sweat, soaking through the clothes he was wrapped in. This Lu Tianping is so powerful. Whatever, retreat first. I'll think about it later. The masked cultivator's figure suddenly became like a berserk bear as he charged backward. However, just as he was retreating with all his strength, a sharp intent suddenly exploded behind him, followed by a crisp pop sound. The masked cultivator cried out in alarm. He had been tricked. The opponent's trump card was actually behind him, but what was even more frightening was that the opponent had easily broken through the protective spell he had activated with his spirit treasure. At this moment, all the hairs on the masked cultivator's body stood up along with the sharp sword intent behind him. Cold sweat was already flowing down his spine. At this time, it was too late for him to do anything. He could only open up the last layer of protective gangqi around him at will. As expected, the protective aura was pierced through by the sword intent behind him like a piece of paper. The masked cultivator sighed and could only close his eyes and wait for death. However, the expected pain only lasted for a moment before retreating, leaving behind only a shallow wound. Not much blood flowed out of the wound before it was healed by the true essence around his body. The masked cultivator was about to turn around when he suddenly found that the aura behind him had disappeared. The three Lu Ping figures in front of him were still there, but they had also stopped. Although the three of them were smiling at the masked cultivator, the three Lu Ping's expressions were different. What a marvelous technique! The masked cultivator sighed. He stared at the three Lu Ping figures in front of him and said, "May I ask Lu Daoyu, which one is your real body? Which one is the real body, and which one can't be the real body?" A voice sounded from behind the three Lu Pings. The masked cultivator couldn't see their expressions, but the three cultivators smiled at him. Then, they moved aside, revealing another Lu Ping standing beside Kai Lianying. But this time, Lu Ping walked over and stood in front of the masked cultivator. The three Lu Pings from before merged with the masked cultivator and disappeared into the masked cultivator's body. The masked cultivator asked again, "You mean to say that each of the three figures is using the real body?" Lu Ping nodded with a smile. The masked cultivator couldn't help but look behind him, but there was nothing there. The masked cultivator said in a low voice, "I heard that you practice Fei Ling sect's shapeless sword art. Was that the attack from behind me using this body?" In front of him, Lu Ping smiled and said, "You know me very well." "That's right, it is indeed the shapeless sword art, the water serene sword." Lu Ping reached out and a blue sword light appeared 3 feet away from the masked cultivator. The one holding the water serene sword was another Lu Ping figure, smiling and nodding at the masked cultivator. He looked exactly the same as the Lu Ping in front of him, but their expressions were completely different. The masked cultivator broke out in a cold sweat again. The masked cultivator sighed and said, "You have endless amazing skills. Even if I know a lot about you, what can I do? My defeat is not an injustice. I am impressed. Impressed. Lu Ping smiled and said, You flatter me, you flatter me. The West River's Fei Liang Mountain was the highest peak in the cultivation world. Usually, it towered into the clouds and the peak could not be seen. From afar, it looked like the mountain had crashed into the sky. The people who climbed the mountain looked at the sea of clouds around them and looked like immortals. This time, the battle between the 6 sword cultivators of the Purple Sun Palace and the Sky Splitter Sword Saint Xiao Baiyu would be held at the peak of the Fei Liang Mountain. At that moment, there were already a few old men who had arrived earlier standing together at the peak of the Fei Liang Mountain. They seemed to be very familiar with each other as they exchanged greetings and teased each other from time to time. I wonder if the North Sea's Lu Tianping has arrived. I heard that many people have come for him this time. I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle before the sword battle at the Fei Liang Mountain. Chapter 1435. Seeing Lu Ping defeat a late Dharma adept so easily, even Kai Lianying, who had been by Lu Ping's side, was shocked. Even she did not know if Lu Ping was still by her side, because the moment Lu Ping made his move, Kai Lianying's entire attention was drawn to the 3 figures that appeared in front of her. Kai Lianying asked curiously, What kind of magic did you use just now? Don't tell me you've been staying here without moving. Lu Ping pretended to be surprised and said, Don't you know whether I was by your side or not? This is the deceiving the heavens and crossing the seas magic. When trained to a high level, every figure can be used as a killing move. Kai Lianying did not believe him and said, You're bragging. If every figure could be used to kill an enemy, wouldn't there be 4 or 5 Lu Tianping ganging up on you before the fight even starts? Who would be a match for you then? Lu Ping laughed and said, I didn't say that every figure has my own strength. I just said that I can change between these figures at will and choose different ways to deal with different situations. The 2 of them flew towards Fei Liang Mountain. Lu Ping said in a low voice, I'm afraid it won't be a peaceful journey. I thought that they would challenge me on Fei Liang Mountain in front of all the adepts who came to watch the sword fight, but I didn't expect to be targeted the moment we entered Hershey. Kai Lianying laughed and said, Isn't this better? There's going to be a lot of fun to watch. Lu Ping was very angry and said, I'm starting to regret bringing you here, not because the journey is full of danger, but because you're gloating. Kai Lianying, on the other hand, said heartlessly, I would like to step in and help you, but those who dare to fight with you are all at least late Dharma adepts. You want me, someone who has just passed my first tribulation, to help you deal with this? Lu Ping was speechless. At this moment, it was impossible for Kai Lianying to leave even if he wanted to. Since someone had already set their eyes on him, Kai Lianying, who had been following him all this while, would naturally be within their line of sight as well. It would be dangerous for Kai Lianying to leave. Sure enough, the 2 of them hadn't even walked 100 miles before they were blocked by another person. This time, the person who had come did not hide his identity. His late Dharma stage cultivation was openly displayed. It was obvious that he was here to challenge Lu Ping. However, the aura around this person made Lu Ping's expression look a little strange. It was a big demon king with a strong demonic aura. How should I address you, fellow Daoist? Lu Ping asked with a smile as he stood several hundred feet away from the other party. The person before him had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. He was very muscular and had a pair of large, bell-like eyes that shone with a fierce light. It was obvious that he was someone who was used to killing. However, his face looked a little more simple and honest. It was not as threatening as his eyes. The person said in a low, muffled voice, I am Hu Lifeng from the Multicolor clan. Everyone says that among the 3 generations, below the pure yang stage, you are the number 1. I am not convinced, so I came all the way from the western wilderness to fight with you. Lu Ping said in surprise, now it is a duel between the Ziyang Palace and the Sky-Splitting Sword Saint. Besides the fact that the western wilderness is a place where the humans gather, if I am not wrong, your race and the Ziyang Palace are enemies. Brother who has come all the way here to challenge me. Aren't you afraid that the people from the Ziyang Palace will find trouble with you? Hu Liefeng's face revealed a simple and honest smile, but his eyes shone with a bloodthirsty aura. He said, "As long as the pure yang does not attack, who would dare?" Lu Ping was slightly stunned. If Hu Liefeng dared to say something like this, it was obvious that he had absolute confidence in his own abilities. As expected, Hu Liefeng continued, "I once fought with Fan Mingjie, who is ranked second in the Ziyang Palace, in the Western Wilderness. That person only knew how to run around and the fight was not satisfying. I heard from him that you are the #1 talent among the younger generation in the human cultivation world, so I came all the way from the Western Wilderness to fight you." Lu Ping raised his eyebrows. He was not worried that Fan Mingjie would bring trouble to him. With Lu Ping's current reputation, he was already famous in the cultivation world. If Hu Liefeng really wanted to challenge him, there was no need for him to hear about Lu Ping's reputation from Fan Mingjie. What he cared about was the result of Hu Liefeng's fight with Fan Mingjie. Although Lu Ping had not personally seen Fan Mingjie's strength, Lu Ping knew the depth of Xie Qianyang's strength. Since Fan Mingjie was able to become the second direct disciple of the Ziyang Palace, his strength could not be underestimated. Although the tiger demon could not do anything to Fan Mingjie, it was obvious that he had the upper hand in the fight. Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat, and he said, "Since you have fought with Fan Mingjie before, I wonder if you have also fought with the first direct disciple of the Ziyang Palace, Yang Nanfei?" Hu Liefeng chuckled and said, "We are not much different. The Ziyang Palace is known as the #1 sword reduction sect of the human race, but their first direct disciple is only SOSO. Lu Ping smiled and asked again, "Your strength is indeed admirable. However, with your strength, what rank do you rank among the cultivators of the same generation in the multicolored tiger clan?" Hu Liefeng suddenly summoned a huge tiger fang saber that was over 10 feet long, and he roared, "Why are you asking so many questions? You human cultivators are always cunning. If you want to know my rank, then fight me first." With that, the huge tiger fang saber had already cut through the void, and it chopped down towards Lu Ping's head. Lu Ping cursed in his heart. This tiger demon looked simple and unruly, but he was actually very shrewd. Lu Ping had just wanted to get some information about the multicolored tiger clan from him, but he did not expect that he would immediately notice and attack Lu Ping. This tiger's fang saber was obviously a spirit treasure as well. Moreover, it should be the tiger demon's natal spirit weapon refined from its own teeth. It was an extremely sharp killing weapon. Lu Ping's expression was solemn. The tiger demon's cultivation might not be as high as the masked cultivators, but the intensity of the battle far surpassed the masked cultivators. If it was a normal battle, this tiger demon might not be as good as the masked cultivator, but if it was a battle of life and death, Lu Ping was more optimistic about this fierce tiger. Hu Liefeng had a life spirit treasure, and so did Lu Ping. Fight! 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 The sword of true spirit transformed into 9 dragons, and they also let out shocking dragon roars in mid-air, entangling the huge saber light in mid-air. Bang! 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 A series of loud sounds rang out, and 5 of the 9 dragons in mid-air were severed. However, the remaining 4 entangled the huge saber tightly, preventing it from descending any further. Good. It was rare for someone to choose to fight him head-on. Hu Liefeng's eyes shone with blood-red light, and his face was filled with joy. The moment his tiger fang saber was blocked by Lu Ping, a huge patterned whip suddenly fell from his waist. With a shake of his hand, it turned into a huge whip, and with a crisp sound, the other end of the whip was already at Lu Ping's neck. Lu Ping's neck was about to be wrapped around by the tiger tail whip, but Lu Ping smiled at Hu Liefeng, then suddenly opened his mouth and blew at the tiger tail whip. A tiny bolt of lightning suddenly shot out from his mouth, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. The tiger tail whip was immediately struck by the divine yin water lightning, turning into a straight, patterned rod. Hu Liefeng roared in pain. Clearly, Lu Ping's divine yin water lightning had not only injured the tiger tail whip, but also Hu Liefeng's right hand, which was controlling the treasure. At this moment, wisps of green smoke were rising from it, and the fragrance of roasted meat wafted from his hand. However, Hu Liefeng was really brave. He ignored the pain and numbness of his hand after being struck by the divine yin water lightning, and directly smashed the tiger tail whip, which had turned into a patterned rod, towards Lu Ping. Lu Ping wanted to cut off the tiger's tail with a pair of scissors, but he didn't want to become a sworn enemy of the tiger. So, he suddenly reached out and grabbed the tiger's tail staff. Then, he actually began to compete with the tiger's tail staff through the air. This greatly exceeded Hu Liefeng's expectations, but Hu Lifeng was overjoyed. In the cultivation world, apart from the direct descendants of Taoist Hu, it seemed that only the direct descendant of Taoist ape, wise giant ape, could compare with them in terms of innate strength. The tiger tail whip was, after all, a soft object. Even though it had stiffened after being struck by the divine yin water lightning, and because Hu Lifeng had taken advantage of the situation to attack Lu Ping, the tiger tail whip had turned back into a tiger tail whip the moment Lu Ping grabbed it. Therefore, the two of them did not push forward, but pulled back. The tiger tail whip immediately became taut in the air. Although Hu Lifeng had absolute confidence in his own strength, his heart was startled when the two of them wrestled. The strength that was transmitted from the tiger tail whip was surprisingly not inferior to his. This person's physical body was so strong. However, at this moment, Hu Lifeng suddenly chuckled and loosened his grip on the tiger tail whip. Although Lu Ping's control of his body was strong enough, he could not help but be pushed back by Hu Liefeng's sudden loosening of the tiger tail whip. While Lu Ping was dodged, Hu Lifeng roared and pounced at him. At the same time, he stretched out his hands and 3-inch-long sharp claws shot out from his claws. The cold glint made Lu Ping believe that once the tiger monster got close to him, his water curtain heavenly flower would be easily torn apart by the tiger monster. Lu Ping's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he knew that once the tiger monster got close to him, his water curtain heavenly flower would be easily torn apart. However, just when Hu Lifeng was certain that he was about to capture the strongest person below pure yang, his waist suddenly tightened. Hu Lifeng cursed inwardly. Just as he was about to struggle, his chest tightened again, causing him to be unable to breathe. Hu Liefeng's claws tore at his chest, as if he wanted to tear apart the thing that was strangling him. Unexpectedly, his hands tightened again. This time, he could clearly see that what was strangling his hands was a flood dragon that Lu Tianping had transformed into with his flying sword. How was this possible? Hu Lifeng raised his head to look, only to see that his tiger fang huge saber was actually tightly entangled by the 4 spirit treasure swords in the air. Hu Lifeng suddenly understood that the 5 flood dragons that were restraining him were actually the 5 that he had cut in half. However, hadn't they already been cut in half? At this moment, another flood dragon coiled around Hu Liefeng's legs and neck. He was completely immobilized, and in reality, Hu Lifeng did not dare to move, because the flood dragon around his chest had already sealed his heart space. Let alone resisting, he could not even squeeze a drop of spiritual energy out of his heart space. At this moment, if Lu Ping wanted to take his life, it was all up to him. Chapter 1436. Damn it, although I thought that even if I lost this battle, I would still be in big trouble for you. I didn't expect that I would lose so easily. You are much more powerful than Fan Mingjie and Yang Nanfei. I admire you very much, Hu Lifeng said to Lu Ping while shaking his hands and taking a few deep breaths to make sure that there were no internal injuries left on his body. Lu Ping put away the sword of immortality, and the water dragon that imprisoned Hu Lifeng naturally dissipated. Hearing Hu Liefeng's words, Lu Ping smiled and said, "You are also very powerful. If I hadn't set up a trap in advance and caught you off guard, I'm afraid it wouldn't have been easy to defeat you." Hu Lifeng shook his head. How was it catching him off guard? It was simply that he didn't have time to prepare. Hu Lifeng thought for a moment, then chuckled and said, "When I came here, I heard that there were many people who were not convinced by you, and I was one of them. However, after this battle, I believe that there will be fewer people who want to cause trouble for you, right?" Lu Ping smiled and said, "That's good. I am also annoyed. If it wasn't for the invitations from 2 sects, I wouldn't have gone to Fei Liang Mountain. After sending Hu Lifeng away, Lu Ping turned to Kai Lianying and said with a smile, "It should be much quieter now." Unexpectedly, not long after Lu Ping said this, another escape light came crashing down from the sky. Before the person came out of the escape light, a voice floated over from the escape light. "Lu Jichuan from Lingyun Valley is here to ask for advice from North Sea Watersword Immortal." It was not over yet. Even the most infuriated people would get angry, not to mention Lu Ping, who had been provoked again and again. "Damn it, are you done? Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you?" Lu Ping didn't care who the person was. He formed a seal with both hands and pushed towards the escape light. The clouds in the air suddenly surged and gathered towards the seal in front of Lu Ping. In an instant, a 33-meter-tall fog dragon formed around Lu Ping. Then, it bared its fangs and claws and let out a loud roar towards the sky. Then, it opened its huge mouth and swallowed the escape light. The streak of light didn't seem to take the mist dragon seriously, but it also seemed like it couldn't dodge at all, so it was easily swallowed into the mist dragon's stomach. Just when Kai Lianying couldn't figure out what was going on, a cry of pain suddenly came from the fog dragon's stomach. Kai Lianying finally knew what was going on. However, before she could show the joy of victory on her face, she immediately thought of something and her beautiful smile froze. Lingyun Valley Lu Jichuan? The name was quite familiar. She seemed to have heard Lu Ping mention it before. Lu Ping swung the back of his hands from the front, like he was really shooing away flies. The fog dragon that was playing happily in the air suddenly roared and disintegrated in the air. Then, a naked person fell from the air with a pile of rags floating above his head. Lu Ping felt relieved and scolded, "Do you really think that I'm a pushover? If anyone else comes, I don't mind killing them to show my power." Kai Lianying was really annoyed when she saw Lu Ping. She hurriedly said, calm down, calm down. "But who is this Lu Jichuan from Lingyun Valley?" Lu Jichuan? Lu Ping seemed to suddenly think of something. He quickly looked down, but the figure of the person who just fell was nowhere to be seen. A gloomy expression flashed across his face, but he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "They've become sworn enemies this time. Why didn't you warn me?" Even Lu Ping couldn't help but complain to his confidant. Kai Lianying immediately said angrily, "You've been yelling about killing as soon as you came up. That person couldn't even take one move from you." "It's too late for me to warn you," Lu Ping said dejectedly. "He couldn't even take one move from me. This #1 disciple of Lingyun Valley is too useless." "What?" Kai Lianying's almond-shaped eyes were wide open. At the peak of Feiliang Mountain, other than a few old men with white hair, there was also a group of young cultivators gathered together. They were all third-generation cultivators that Lao Zu had invited to watch the battle. Many of them were people that Lu Ping was familiar with. *TCH Nangong, you said that many people will cause trouble for Lu Tianping. Do you know who they are? Those who dared to call the Southern Palace Lord of Skyward Pavilion, Nangong Xiaojian, a *TCH had to be at least on par with him in terms of cultivation and status. The person in front of him clearly had that qualification. Nangong Xiaojian glanced at the person who spoke and said, "Li Shiqian, don't think that I don't know what Qin Shijun is plotting. Don't worry. With Qin Shijun's hypocrisy, he won't attack Lu Tianping from the start. Of course, in order to preserve his reputation, Qin Shiqian won't attack last either. He'll choose to attack in the middle. Even if he wins, it'll be when Lu Tianping's victories are at their highest, but he'll also be exhausted, giving him an advantage that others won't be able to see. Even if he loses, he'll still have the person in front of him as a stepping stone, so he won't look too bad." Li Shiqian snorted and said, "I heard that Dongfang Yanhong also rushed over from Skyward Pavilion. Isn't his goal the same as our sect's eldest senior brother?" The two of them were about to argue when Cao Jianping suddenly said, "I heard that Nine Mysteries Tower's Wei Yizhen also has a grudge with Lu Tianping. Wei Yizhen even injured Lu Tianping before. It's a pity that Nine Mysteries Tower has sealed its doors. Otherwise, another #1 disciple from the 6 sacred grounds would have come looking for trouble with Lu Tianping." "What?" Wei Yizhen injured Lu Tianping before? Then Lu Tianping lost to Wei Yizhen? That's unbelievable. Is that true? It can't be, right? That's impossible. The various sects' heirs were in an uproar. Their voices were filled with amazement and disbelief. Cao Jianping curled her lips and said, "It's true that he injured Lu Tianping. However, that was a trap set up by the First Element Pavilion Master, 2 Elements Pavilion Master, 3 Talents Pavilion Master, 5 Elements Pavilion Master, and 6 Directions Pavilion Master. Unexpectedly, Lu Tianping broke through the formation set up by the 5 Elements Pavilion Master and even injured 2 of them. In the end, when he saw that he had successfully broken through, Wei Yizhen injured him from behind with a second tribulation spiritual treasure and escaped." Everyone was dumbfounded again. Their eyes flickered with disbelief. Only Li Shiqian's face was gloomy. He cursed in a low voice, "That brat is really lucky. Why didn't he die there?" Now that Zhenling had formed an alliance with the Sky Pavilion sect, Sky Moon sect, Carefree sect, and Sky Splitter sect, they annihilated the forces that the Crystal Palace had painstakingly built up in the Middle Earth. Then, they joined forces to confront the Crystal Palace in the East Sea. This shook the entire cultivation world. Now, the Crystal Palace not only had to confront the 5 sects in the East Sea, but they also had to guard against the East Sea Demon Tribe, which was ready to make trouble. They were in a very passive situation. Naturally, they did not have a good impression of Lu Tianping. At this moment, a cultivator's expression suddenly changed. He stretched out his hand, tore through the void, and grabbed a jade slip. He glanced at it and said, "The news has arrived. Someone attacked and was defeated by Lu Tianping." "Oh, which sect's cultivator dared to be the first to attack?" The heirs of the various sects stared curiously at the jade slip in the cultivator's hand. This cultivator was merely a disciple of a large sect. However, his sect was located in the cultivation world of West River. Due to the geographical advantage, he was naturally well informed. However, now that he was being stared at by the heirs of so many Holy Land sects, the proud expression on his face had long since disappeared. He smiled awkwardly and said, "See for yourselves." The jade slip was passed around in everyone's hands. Astonished expressions appeared on everyone's faces. Everyone looked at each other with a trace of confusion on their faces. In the end, Nangong Xiaojian coughed softly and said, "Who is this person? Does anyone know?" Li Shiqian sneered. He even covered his face. Naturally, he doesn't want anyone to know. Even if someone here knows who he is, why would they admit it? Nangong Xiaojian also knew that he had asked a stupid question. However, he was extremely thick-skinned and did not take Li Shiqian's sarcasm to heart. Instead, he turned to Sang Yu, who had been silent all this time, and asked, "Brother Sang, you have a close relationship with Lu Tianping. Do you know who he is?" Sang Yu laughed and said, "Brother Nangong is usually the most astute, so why are you acting so stupid today? This person is hiding his face, so how would I know? However, this person's cultivation is extremely profound. His earth attribute cultivation has already reached the peak of the late Dharma stage. With such a cultivation level, he is definitely not a nobody. Also, based on his cultivation level, he is clearly not a third-generation disciple of any sect. He should be a second-generation cultivator." Nangong Xiaojian nodded and praised, "Not bad, not bad. That makes a lot of sense. It is precisely because he is a second-generation disciple that it would be dishonorable to win and even more shameful to lose, so he simply wrapped himself up from head to toe. Even though he knew that it would be dishonorable to win or lose, he still chose to fight." The one who spoke was Zhao Jijie, the blue light of Ling Yunguang's 7 rainbow lights. Nangong Xiaojian said matter-of-factly, "So this person must have a grudge against Lu Tianping, which is why he would disregard his status and fight with Lu Tianping. However, for the sake of his sect's reputation, he had no choice but to wrap himself up like a dumpling." With that, everyone's gaze shifted back and forth between Wuxing School and the Taishan sect. Lu Tianping had made many enemies while traveling the Central Plains, But it seemed that only the sects that these people belonged to would disregard their status and send people of such cultivation level to cause trouble for him were the Wuxing school and the Taishen sect. The first direct disciple of the Taishen sect snorted coldly and said, "What, do you think it was the seniors of the Taishen sect who interfered?" The first direct disciple of the Heavenly Moon sect, Chan Yu, who had been sitting together with Cao Jianping, suddenly said, "I heard that 2 disciples of the earth element from Wuxing school were defeated by Lu Tianping." Liang Jianfei of the Skyrend also suddenly chuckled and said, "Not only were they defeated, I heard that 2 Gaoshan and Mu Changsheng were even killed by Lu Tianping." A cold snort sounded and Hua Wuliang said coldly, "What do the 2 of you mean? Are you doubting my Wuxing school?" Liang Jianfei laughed and said, "How would I dare? I'm just speaking the truth. Could it be that your sect's 2 Gaoshan and Mu Changsheng were not killed by Lu Tianping?" Chan Yu also smiled and said, "Sister Shuai, please don't blame us. We've only heard rumors." The direct disciples of the various sects kept their mouths shut and looked as if they were watching a good show. However, Hua Wuliang controlled his temper this time and snorted coldly without saying anything else. This surprised the direct disciples of the various sects. At this moment, the cultivator who had received the news first was stunned. He grabbed a streak of light and exclaimed, "No way, Kai who was captured alive by Lu Tianping." Chapter 1437. It can't be, Kai who has been captured alive by Lu Tianping. Pei Chengxiu, the number 1 disciple of the Dusk sect in the west of the river, exclaimed the moment he received the news. Not only did he stun the disciples of the various sects, but even Laozu from the various sects who had gathered on the other side of Feiliang Mountain also looked towards him. Kai Hu Lifeng, was the number 1 disciple of the multicolored tiger clan's 3rd generation cultivator. Although he was the last mountain lord, from the 3rd mountain lord onwards, they were no match for him. He was only ranked ahead of Hu Lifeng because of his seniority. This person was famous among the Northwest Demon Clan and was also rather famous in the central mainland cultivation world. This was because he had once chased after the 2nd disciple of the Ziyang Palace, Fan Mingjie, for 3,000 miles in the West Wilderness. Although he was later stopped by Yang Nanfei was ultimately unable to do anything to this person. He calmly retreated before the others from the Ziyang Palace arrived. After this battle, Kai Hu's name began to rise in the cultivation world. After that, the Demon Clan of the West Wilderness joined forces with the Ziyang Palace to fight a few battles. Hu Lifeng consecutively killed a great cultivator of the Ziyang Palace, 2 mid-Dharma adepts, and injured 3 great cultivators. In the end, his name spread throughout the central mainland cultivation world. There was no need to doubt his strength, and he was one of the rare warriors of the multicolored tiger clan. However, it was precisely this demon cultivator, who was a headache even for the Ziyang Palace, who was captured alive not long after fighting with Lu Tianping. Although they had already heard many rumors about this sword celestial of the North Sea water, when it really happened in front of these geniuses, it was still enough to shock them. However, this time, it was destined that Lu Tianping would completely make these disciples of the various sects bow their heads before him. Just when everyone had yet to recover from the news of Lu Ping capturing Hu Lifeng alive, a hurried whistle cut through the void at the peak of Feiliang Mountain. Pei Chengxiu was shocked and said, "Fei Hongxin, what happened?" Everyone was confused, but they saw Bae Chengxiu hurriedly stand up and form several hand seals. The whistling sound that cut through the void was getting closer and closer, and they knew that a feather-shaped jade slip had fallen into his hand. Nangong Xiaojian perked up and asked, "Daoist Pei, did something big happen?" Everyone turned to look at Pei Chengxiu, only to see that his face was filled with a strange expression. He seemed to be in disbelief, but also seemed to find it funny. However, he also seemed to be afraid of something and did not dare to laugh out loud. Following that, a perplexed expression appeared on his face. It was as if he did not even hear Nangong Xiaojian's question. Although the crowd didn't know what had happened, Bae Cheng Xiu's strength could be ranked in the middle among the crowd. Furthermore, he was the local host, so the direct disciples of the various sects had to give him some face. Seeing him in such a state, how could they not know that something big must have happened? In the end, it was Laozu's disciples who were also watching them from the other side of the mountain peak who couldn't take it anymore. The Sunset Sect's Grand Elder, Tanzhong Laozu, coughed and asked, "Chengxiu, what happened? Why did you lose control of your mind?" When Bae Cheng Xiu suddenly heard his sect's Laozu's question, he immediately came back to his senses with an ah. He knew that he had lost face in front of the cultivators of the various sects. For a moment, he was even more at a loss and did not know what to do. Tanzhong Laozu was also rather displeased to see his own disciple in such a panic. There was a hint of disappointment in his tone as he said, "Bring me the Fai Hongxin." Bae Cheng Xiu looked as if he had just woken up from a dream. He hurriedly handed the Fai Hongxin to the sect's Grand Elder with a flushed face. However, at that moment, a few rays of light suddenly descended from outside the Feiliang mountain. A few young cultivators walked out of the light one after another. "Hey, senior brother Dongfang, why did you come back? Didn't you fight with Lu Tianping? Why did Qin Shijun from the Crystal Palace also come back? He doesn't look too good. Could it be that they were all defeated by Lu Tianping? T. How much effort did he put in? Moreover, how could senior brother Qin be defeated? Senior sister Shuai, over here. Lu Jichuan from the Lingyun Valley doesn't seem to have returned. What's wrong with these people? Why do they all look like frosted eggplants?" The cultivators who returned to the Feiliang mountain were undoubtedly the direct descendants of various sacred grounds and large sects. They were all famous rising stars in the entire cultivation world. However, after these people landed on the peak of the Feiliang mountain, all of their expressions were extremely ugly. Some looked gloomy, some looked desolate, some had strange expressions, and some were in disbelief. In short, not a single one of them was calm. "What? How is this possible?" An exclamation came from afar. It was the Grand Elder of the Sunset Sect who had taken the Fai Hongxin letter from Bae Cheng Xiu. Even though this Laozu had thousands of years of self-restraint, he could not maintain his composure at this moment and could not help but exclaim, "Fellow Tan Chong, why are you so flustered?" Chi Fan Laozu's heart skipped a beat as he asked. The Grand Elder of the Sunset Sect smiled bitterly as he handed the Fai Hongxin letter to Chi Fan Laozu. Chi Fan Laozu took a look at the contents in his heart and replied with an "Oh." Then, he discreetly glanced at the Lingyun Valley's pure young Laozu, then quietly handed the Fai Hongxin letter to Full Moon Laozu. When Nangong Xiaojian and the other third-generation disciples saw that the Laozu from the various sects already knew what had happened, they hurriedly pulled their grand senior brother Dongfang Yanhong over and said, "Senior brother Dongfang, didn't you say that you were going to spar with Lu Tianping? Why have you returned now?" Could it be that? Dongfang Yanhong smiled bitterly. He glanced at the people who had returned to Feiliang Mountain and said to Qin Shijun, "Brother Qin, why don't you explain it to me?" Qin Shijun also revealed a rare look of embarrassment. He looked at the second direct disciple of the Lingyun Valley, Zhao Jijie, and said, "Brother Dongfang has given me a difficult problem. However, everyone will know about this sooner or later. Yes, it's that Lu Tianping defeated fellow Lu from the Lingyun Valley. We felt that we had overestimated ourselves, so we returned first." Everyone looked at Zhao Jijie in the crowd. Those who were quick-witted didn't forget to glance at Pei Chengxiu. They saw that Pei Chengxiu was also looking at Zhao Jijie with a strange expression. They knew that Pei Chengxiu's loss of composure was probably related to Lu Jichuan. When Zhao Jijie heard that the first direct disciple of his sect had been defeated by Lu Tianping, a look of disappointment appeared on his face. However, he still forced a smile and said, "Why? Should everyone be so surprised that senior brother Lu was defeated by Lu Tianping? After all, Lu Tianping is someone who can even repel a heavenly demon. Even if senior brother Lu was defeated by him, everyone shouldn't be so surprised, right?" Dongfang Yanhong, Qin Shijun, and the others laughed dryly and said, "That's right, that's right, that's right. Right at this moment, a furious voice suddenly rang out from where the old ancestors of the various sects were gathered. How dare you! Everyone looked over and saw the pure young Laozu disciple of the Lingyun Valley suddenly stand up. His face was full of anger as he said, "How dare that North Sea disciple bully my Lingyun Valley? The old man will definitely grind his bones to dust." The direct disciples of the various sects were shocked. Only Qin Shijun, Shui Jiro, Dongfang Yanhong, and the others seemed to have expected this and didn't find it strange at all. Seeing that the Laozu disciples of the various sects were trying to persuade them, the Lingyun Valley direct disciple Zhao Jijie said coldly, "Fellow Daoist Qin, fellow Shui, fellow Daoist Dongfang, how exactly did my eldest senior brother lose to Lu Tianping? Please tell me." The three of them looked at each other, and in the end, Shui Jiro said, "Fellow Daoist Lu challenged Lu Tianping to learn from him, but he was defeated by Lu Tianping in one move." What? That's impossible. Without waiting for Zhao Jijie to act, the several proud direct disciples of the various sects couldn't sit still anymore. They jumped up and subconsciously shouted. Qin Shijun's face darkened, and he said, "Are you all suspecting that we're lying?" The status of the cultivators who stood up naturally couldn't be compared to the number one direct disciples of the Holy Lands. Hearing that, their expressions changed, and they sat back down unwillingly. Dongfang Yanhong also said with a bitter smile, "I know you all don't believe me, but that's the truth. After hearing the news of fellow Daoist Lu's defeat, we thought that our strength was about the same as fellow Daoist Lu's. In order to avoid humiliating ourselves, we could only retreat." A dignified number one direct disciple of a holy land couldn't even take one move from a cultivator of the same realm. No wonder the direct disciples of the various holy lands and large sects who tried to challenge Lu Tianping all returned with their tails between their legs. It was also no wonder that Pei Chengxiu had lost her composure. Although it was embarrassing, there was no need for the Lingyun Valley's pure young Laozu to be so angry. No matter how narrow-minded this Laozu was, he was still inferior to Lu Tianping in the end. Why did he have to lose his temper on the spot and suddenly become a laughingstock? Nangong Xiaojian's mind spun quickly. He concluded that there must be some hidden story behind this, so he looked at Pei Chengxiu again. Unexpectedly, when Pei Chengxiu saw his gaze, she subconsciously avoided it. Nangong Xiaojian chuckled and said, "Fellow Daoist Pei, is there some hidden story behind this that we don't know?" This fellow was as cunning as a ghost. He had seen through the clues but did not ask Dongfang Hongyang, Qin Shijun, or the other direct disciples of the Holy Lands who had seen it with their own eyes. Instead, he asked Pei Chengxiu, a soft persimmon. Naturally, it was because his skyward pavilion was not afraid of offending the Sunset sect. Pei Chengxiu stammered, "What hidden story? Haven't the brothers from the Holy Lands already told us?" "Is that so?" Nangong Xiaojian smiled sinisterly. Just as he was about to continue asking, he heard a loud roar from afar. The Lingyun Valley's pure young Laozu, Chang Shengzi, stood up with his palms facing the sky. He said, "Lu Tianping, you dare to bully my Lingyun Valley? Let the old man have a taste of you." Everyone was taken aback. That Lu Tianping had already arrived. The wind and clouds surged on the peak of Filing Mountain. As Chang Shengzi pushed out his palms, the clouds that shrouded the peak immediately transformed into a giant cloud luan. The cloud luan let out a long cry, flapped its wings, and extended its claws, grabbing at two black dots in the distance. Chapter 1438. The Lingyun Valley's pure young Laozu Chang Shengzi's sudden attack had shocked the heirs of the various sects. This was because they could not detect anyone approaching the peak of the Feiliang Mountain with their divine consciousness. What was wrong with Chang Shengzi, or did Lu Tianping use some mystical technique to hide himself and approach the Feiliang Mountain without being detected by these pure young Laozu cultivators? Right at this moment, Dongfang Yanhong said abruptly, "This is probably a spatial battle between pure young cultivators, right?" Everyone was stunned. The so-called battle between pure young cultivators was also known as the Battle of the Void. It was a battle between pure Yang Laozu cultivators that relied on the power of space to cast spells within the range of their divine consciousness. It was much more powerful than the spells that a middle and late Dharma adept could cast. Qin Shijun also sighed and said, Chang Shengzi Laozu's attack is at least 100 miles away. I wonder how Lu Tianping is going to deal with it. As soon as he finished speaking, a mournful wail was heard in midair. Although the heirs did not know what was happening 100 miles away, they could tell from Chang Shengzi's ugly expression that Chang Shengzi's attack probably did not gain any advantage over Lu Tianping. Right at this moment, an enormous sound wave surged over from afar, and it said, "It's impolite not to reciprocate. Please receive a move from me as well." Everyone looked up and saw that the sound wave had caused the space around it to tremble. Then, a strange serpent suddenly rushed out of the space and roared at the sky. Then, it wriggled its body in the air and charged toward Chang Shengzi. Chang Shengzi had a look of disdain on his face. He snorted coldly and stretched out a finger as he shouted, "Destroy." As the giant flood dragon was charging towards Chang Shengzi, it was annihilated from head to tail after the word annihilate was uttered. Although everyone was a little disappointed with Lu Ping's power, the flood dragon was destroyed by Chang Shengzi's power from the beginning to the end. However, the impact of the flood dragon was great. Everyone thought that the flood dragon would not be able to get close to Chang Shengzi before it was destroyed. Chang Shengzi seemed to have expected this, and it was inevitable for him to underestimate the flood dragon. At this moment, the incomplete body of the flood dragon had already reached a distance of 100 feet from Chang Shengzi. Chang Shengzi did not take it to heart as he was confident of the power of his supernatural power. At the same time, he wanted to display the arrogance of the Lingyun Valley in front of everyone. Hua. The incomplete body of the Jiao dragon was finally destroyed on the peak of Feiliang Mountain. Chang Shengzi sneered and said, "So this is all the North Sea Water Sword Celestial can do. Is that so?" Hehe, Lu Ping's voice suddenly rang from the peak of Feiliang Mountain. It seemed like he was not far away from the peak. Chang Shengzi's heart skipped a beat when he heard the mockery in Lu Ping's tone. Although he was extremely unwilling, he could not help but use his divine sense to scan the area in front of him. He exclaimed in shock and his expression changed drastically as he retreated. Everyone did not know what was going on and could only use their divine senses to scan the void in front of Chang Shengzi. However, they all felt an aura that could melt their divine senses. Everyone was shocked and quickly retracted their divine senses. At this moment, a huge faintly discernible pearl suddenly appeared in the mist formed after the collapse of the flood dragon. With a pop, the pearl was shattered by the power of Chang Shengzi's annihilation finger. It then turned into water droplets and strangely flew towards Chang Shengzi's direction. Chang Shengzi acted as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He formed a seal with both hands and shouted, "Seal." An invisible barrier formed around his body, which then blocked the falling water droplets. Fart. Fart. Every water droplet that landed on the invisible barrier would form a deep hole. Chang Shengzi's face was not looking good. If he did not notice it earlier, these water droplets might not be able to harm his pure yang body, but his clothes would be riddled with holes. However, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that he was already at a disadvantage in the battle with Lu Ping. Between the two of them, Chang Shengzi was the first to attack, but Lu Ping easily resolved it. However, Lu Ping's counterattack forced Chang Shengzi to attack twice. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chang Shengzi had already lost a move. However, just as Chang Shengzi's thoughts were drifting, his divine senses suddenly captured that 3 of the water droplets landed on the same spot on the invisible barrier. Chang Shengzi knew that something was wrong. He activated the vital energy in his body to strengthen the barrier, but it was too late. The 3 water droplets had already pierced through the invisible barrier, and the 4th water droplet passed through the hole and landed on Chang Shengzi's body. In a hurry, Chang Shengzi could only dodge sideways, but the water droplet had pierced a small hole through his clothes. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. However, which one of the cultivators present was not an existence comparable to the Mount Tai and Big Dipper in the present world of cultivation? Even the heir disciples from the various sects would become the future Mount Tai and Big Dipper. Thus, it was only natural for them to be able to clearly see what was happening on the stage. Chang Shengzi's expression changed several times, but he finally stopped in anger. Of course, the crowd would not mock a pure yang, but their perception of the danger of Lu Tianping had risen to a new level. When Lu Ping landed on the peak of Feiliang Mountain with Kai Liaoning, Seven Fan Laozu and Full Moon Laozu were the first to welcome them. This made Lu Ping feel extremely flattered. Although these two were pure yang like the Laozu of the various sects, they were able to support a sect on their own. This made their status among the pure yang cultivators in the cultivation world extremely high. In most cases, the cultivation world relied on one's strength. This strength sometimes did not refer to the forces behind one's back, but also to one's personal strength. Seven Fan Laozu and Full Moon Laozu's status were not inferior to the pure yang cultivators of the various sects. Especially Seven Fan Laozu, his status was even higher than those pure yang cultivators of the various sects. There was even a rumor that Seven Fan Laozu's real strength could be ranked second among the pure yang humans, only inferior to the sky-splitting sword sage Xiao Baiyu. In this case, the two of them had given Lu Ping enough face by coming together to welcome him. However, now that the five sects had formed an alliance and they had a common enemy, the Crystal Palace, the five sects must be closely united. It was understandable that the two pure yang cultivators deliberately came to welcome Lu Tianping in this way. Even so, when they thought of the strength that Lu Tianping had shown before, the pure yang cultivators of various sects subconsciously restrained their arrogance. This was also the respect that should be given to the strong. The two Laozu introduced Lu Ping to the Laozu cultivators of various sects who came to watch the battle. At the same time, they also introduced the Laozu cultivators of various sects to Lu Ping. Although the various Laozu cultivators of various sects were uncomfortable in their hearts, most of the Laozu cultivators of various sects from the Seven Fan Laozu and Lu Ping's real strength had come to greet them with a smile. This time, apart from the pure yang cultivators from the five sacred lands, the Laozu cultivators from various sects who came to watch the battle were invited by Purple Sun Palace and Skyrend. In addition, there were also Seven Fan Laozu, Full Moon Laozu, Fenglu Laozu, Sanchen Laozu, and other acquaintances. In addition, there were also two pure yang cultivators who came from two large sects in the cultivation world of Central Region, Laozu cultivators. In addition to the 11 pure yang cultivators present, there were also great cultivators from various famous sects in the cultivation world of Central Region and the overseas region who were invited. Although Lu Ping was treated with great courtesy, he placed himself in an extremely low position. If it was a duel, Lu Ping would naturally fight to win. However, now that they were just acquaintances, Lu Ping naturally would not be so arrogant as to make enemies everywhere. During the process of the Seven Fan Laozu and Lu Ping's introductions, Lu Ping's expression was humble. He greeted all the Laozu cultivators of various sects as juniors. This more or less made the cultivators of various sects who were afraid of his strength feel much better. This included the eldest son of the Lingyun Valley, Laozu. Although he still hated Lu Ping to the core, he would not undermine him at this time. That would only make the various sects look down on the Lingyun Valley even more. In response to Lu Ping's superficial apology, his expression was indifferent. He only asked, the divine sense that Lu Daoyu used previously was rather unique, especially the water-nurturing pearl in the cloud dragon's stomach, which was even more powerful. Even Laozu's space protection could be penetrated. However, can you tell me about the natal spiritual water that Lu Daoyu cultivated? Lu Ping answered with a smile, this is not a secret. Senior Chang Shengzi has a keen eye. This is indeed the natal spiritual water that I cultivated. Let's call it the Triple Brilliance Sacred Water. The Triple Brilliance Sacred Water. All the Laozu cultivators of various sects silently memorized this name. Not only did they have to remember it, but they would also warn the cultivators of their sects when they returned to their sects so that they would remember this natal spiritual water of the North Sea Water Sword Immortal. It was a unique natal spiritual water that could easily penetrate a pure yang cultivator's space protection divine sense. Triple brilliance sacred water, Chang Shengzi mumbled to himself, what a triple brilliance sacred water. Hehe, Lu Daoyu is in the limelight this time. All the cultivators of various sects have failed to advance in your hands. The first direct disciple of a sacred ground was defeated by you in just one move. From today onwards, Lu Daoyu's reputation in the cultivation world will probably go up another level. Although Lu Ping's strength was enough to make the Laozu cultivators of various sects fear him, and he also had the support of Seven Fan Laozu and Full Moon Laozu. However, this did not mean that there were no people who could undermine him. A sinister laughter was heard in Lu Ping's ears. The words of the pure yang cultivator of Wuxing School, Laozu Water Spirit Master, not only enraged Seven Fan Laozu, but also Chang Shengzi. Lu Ping and Wuxing School could be considered as a blood feud. He had killed 3 of the 5 elemental Juzi, and 2 of the earth elemental Juzi had died in his hands. Although Lu Ping was angry in his heart, he still looked calm. He turned around and smiled at Water Spirit Master. Senior Water Spirit Master is right. Although I managed to defeat Lu Daoyu from Lingyun Valley by luck, it is not a big deal. What I am really proud of is that I managed to scare your sect's fire elemental Juzi so much that he did not dare to attack and ran away in panic. Water Spirit Master's expression stiffened, and his face suddenly became gloomy. Because Lu Ping had sent Lu Jichuan flying, Hua Wuliang had indeed thought that he could not defeat Lu Ping, so he retreated back to Feiliang Mountain. However, to say that he was scared by Lu Ping and did not dare to fight, although Lu Ping was exaggerating, it was still something that Water Spirit Master could not refute. In fact, Hua Wuliang was not the only one who retreated back to Feiliang Mountain because he knew that he could not defeat Lu Ping. However, Lu Ping only focused on Hua Wuliang, acting as if he only saw Hua Wuliang and did not see anyone else. Water Spirit Master could not argue that there were others, because doing so would be no different from offending all the cultivators of the sects. However, although Water Spirit Master was angry, he did not say anything. Hua Wuliang, who was standing at the side, could not let this go. Otherwise, he would not be able to raise his head in the cultivation world in the future. Even if he knew that he was not a match for Lu Ping, he had to jump out and fight this battle. Lu Tianping, you have gone too far. I am Hua Wuliang from Wuxing School. Do you dare to fight? Lu Ping glanced at him with a faint smile. Hua Wuliang's heart suddenly jumped, but he had to bite the bullet and stand there with an angry expression on his face. Without waiting for Lu Ping to reply, Qin Shijun had already walked out and advised, Fellow Hua, why are you so angry? We are currently on Feiliang Mountain, and the seniors and fellow Taoists of the various sects are all here, waiting for the second sword battle between Purple Sun Palace and Skyrend. If the 2 of you fight here, won't you be a noisy guest and usurp the host? Hua Wuliang naturally did not have the courage to fight Lu Ping. However, the situation dictated that he could not lose face in front of Laozu and his peers. Now that someone was advising him, Hua Wuliang naturally had to take advantage of the situation. On the contrary, Nangong Xiaojian sneered in a low voice, Great Gentleman Qin is really considerate. Everyone naturally heard this. Hua Wuliang's face turned red, but he could only pretend that he did not hear it. Qin Shijun's expression was the same as usual. Dongfang Yanhong glared at Nangong Xiaojian from the side. Nangong Xiaojian chuckled and shut his mouth in the end. Haha, Lu Daoyu is a young hero. In front of you, we are all old and useless. Although the last pure young Laozu's words were full of praise, Lu Ping did not dare to believe that this old fellow had good intentions. He only smiled and said, Senior Yuan Zhen is too polite. I was rash and would not dare to compare myself to the seniors. I was just opportunistic. The old fellow in front of him was a pure young Laozu from the Crystal Palace. His name was Yuan Zhen, and he was also a first-generation pure young cultivator. There were already 4 pure young Laozu from the Crystal Palace that Lu Ping had seen before. 2 of them had fallen at the hands of Xiao Baiyu and Full Moon Laozu. If it had been the 5-element sect, the deaths of 2 pure yang experts would already be enough to deal a heavy blow to the 5-element sect, causing their reputation to plummet greatly in the cultivation world of the Central Plains. However, this did not seem to affect Water Crystal Palace much at all. It was said that the cultivation world was known as the 2 palaces. Purple Sun Palace and Crystal Palace each had more than 5 pure yang cultivators. Lu Ping had even received news from Skyrend and Carefree Pavilion that at least 2 of the 2nd-generation cultivators from the Crystal Palace had passed the 3rd Thunder Tribulation and become pure yang. In this case, even though the expansion of the Crystal Palace's influence had been hindered, their strength had not suffered too much. However, thinking about this, it seemed to be understandable. In fact, in the cultivation world, there had already been 2nd-generation cultivators who had advanced to the pure yang realm. The first one was Xiao Baiyu. 8th Sister Zhu of the 9 Mysteries Tower was also a 2nd-generation cultivator. It was not surprising that there were 2nd-generation disciples of the Crystal Palace and the Purple Sun Palace who had begun to advance to the pure yang realm. Especially after the opening of the 7th Patriarch's Taoist altar, most of the late Dharma adepts on the list were 2nd-generation cultivators from various sects. After the trip to the 7th Patriarch's Taoist altar, these people's strength had increased. Many of them had already advanced to the peak of the late Dharma adepts and were only 1 step away from advancing to pure yang. It seemed that the cultivation world was about to usher in the peak period of the 2nd-generation cultivators advancing to pure yang. It was not easy for Lu Ping to go through the motions of the various sects Laozu. Although he was very impatient, he had no choice. After the matter was settled, Lu Ping hurriedly excused himself and headed towards the place where the disciples of the various sects had gathered. Lu Ping's arrival caused the various sects' cultivators to become slightly cautious. Now that Lu Ping's status was clearly not comparable to that of an ordinary 3rd-generation disciple, Sang Yu, Cao Jianping, and the others were on friendly terms with Lu Ping. Chan Yu, Skyrend, Liang Zhenfei, and the other cultivators of the Tianyu sect were also closer to Lu Ping because of the 5 sects alliance. Naturally, the few of them gathered together in a small circle. Not long after, a person also sneaked in. It was Nangong Xiaojian from Skyward Pavilion. Nangong Xiaojian chuckled when he saw Lu Ping looking at him. "Lu Daoyu, we meet again." Lu Ping smiled. "So it's brother Nangong. It has indeed been a long time since we last met in the land of the 2 rivers. I still have to thank brother Nangong for your warning before I entered the 7th Patriarch's Dao altar." An awkward look flashed across Nangong Xiaojian's face, but he immediately said, "You're too kind. Lu Daoyu's strength is tyrannical. It was unnecessary for me to do so." Lu Ping sternly said, "No matter what, brother Nangong's warning was not wrong. I did indeed encounter quite a bit of trouble in the Dao altar. If it wasn't for brother Nangong's warning, I would have fallen into someone else's trap long ago." Sang Yu saw that Nangong Xiaojian seemed to have something to say, so she asked with a smile, "Nangong, do you have something to say?" Nangong Xiaojian coughed and chuckled. However, his expression still carried a trace of solemnity as he asked Lu Ping, "Lu Daoyu, who do you think will emerge victorious in the duel between the 6 heirs of the Purple Sun Palace and the Sky-Splitting Sword Saint?" Lu Ping looked at Nangong Xiaojian in surprise. Only then did he notice that when Nangong Xiaojian asked him the question, quite a few people seemed to be paying attention to him, as if they wanted to hear his thoughts. Lu Ping did not know why Nangong Xiaojian would ask him this question, but it seemed like this was a question that many people were interested in. Thus, he smiled and said, "I can't say for sure. The Sky-Splitting Sword Saint is the #1 pure yang expert in the world. If the 6 heirs of the Purple Sun Palace dared to fight him, they naturally must have something up their sleeves. Let's wait and see." A cold voice said, "I originally thought that the North Sea Water Sword Immortal must have something extraordinary about him to be invited by the Purple Sun Palace and the Sky-Splitting Sword Saint as a witness. Now that I've seen him, it seems like his only SOSO." Lu Ping's gaze swept over the speaker, but it was an unfamiliar face. Nangong Xiaojian saw the doubt on Lu Ping's face and introduced, "This is the second of the Lingyun Valley's 7 rainbow lights, blue light Zhao Jijie. Lu Ping suddenly realized that the Lingyun Valley had been greatly humiliated by Lu Ping because of Lu Jichuan. It was no wonder they were targeting him. However, Lu Ping's current mentality was no longer the same as before, especially after greeting the pure yang and grand cultivators of the various sects. When he looked at the third-generation heirs of the various sects again, apart from his good friends like Sangyu, he could not help but look down on them. They merely laughed at Zhao Jijie's mockery. At that moment, Lu Ping saw that Nangong Xiaojian seemed to be hesitating to speak. Lu Ping felt strange, but he heard Nangong Xiaojian's voice transmission. "Brother Lu, you must be careful after this sword battle. It seems like someone wants to deal with you." Lu Ping smiled and did not take it to heart. Nangong Xiaojian exchanged a few words with the crowd before finding an excuse to leave. Chapter 1439. Lu Ping did not take Nangong Xiaojian's warning to heart. Given Lu Ping's current status in the cultivation world, how many people wanted to deal with him? Wanting to deal with them was one thing, but being able to do so was another. Looking at the several pure young Laozu on the peak of Feiliang Mountain, they had stepped on countless corpses, experienced countless battles, and sowed countless grudges in order to get to where they were today. Who knew how many people in the cultivation world wanted to deal with them in the open or in the dark, but had they ever felt the slightest bit of fear? Seeing that Lu Ping only politely nodded in thanks to his warning and clearly did not take it to heart, Nangong Xiaojian looked embarrassed and left after exchanging a few words with the others. The moment Nangong Xiaojian turned to leave, Lu Ping's gaze inadvertently swept over his back. His eyes narrowed and a solemn expression flashed across his face. Just as Lu Ping was about to ponder, he suddenly looked up at the peak of Feiliang Mountain. Then, Lu Ping grabbed Kai Lianing's wrist and took a step forward. The two of them disappeared. Cao Jianping and the others who were beside Lu Ping were stunned. Then, they heard Nangong Xiaojian exclaim, "Ah, the Laozu have all disappeared." Dongfang Yanhong said in a low voice, "The duel between the two sects has already begun." Qin Shijun also said, "Everyone, don't panic. The Laozu from the various sects who have left must have received prior notice from the two sects. There are also many late Dharma adepts among them. I think we should be able to find the real location of the duel." As soon as Qin Shijun finished speaking, Cao Jianping, Liang Zhenfei, Chan Yu, Sang Yu, and the others had already risen into the air and disappeared into the sea of clouds that had slowly gathered at the peak of Feiliang Mountain. Dongfang Yanhong's expression changed. He looked up and said, "Let's go too." After saying that, he rose into the air and chased after Cao Jianping and the others. However, before all the heirs, including Cao Jianping's group, could get close to the sea of clouds in midair, the space above everyone's heads suddenly changed. An eerie barrier of sword qi appeared in front of the heirs, forcing them to stop. Using the sword light to open up the void, the space behind the sword qi barrier should be where the 6 swords of the Purple Sun Palace and the sky-splitting sword sage were fighting. Both sides had reached the level of pure yang, so they naturally could not really fight on Mount Feiliang. They could only temporarily open up the void as a place for the battle. However, if they wanted to watch the battle, they had to first break through the sword light barrier. Cao Jianping was the first to strike. Her sword sliced through the barrier, and a series of clashing sounds of sword qi could be heard. The sword light was only able to cut through 3 feet before disappearing. Heavenly Moon Sect's Chan Yu smiled and said, "I'll lend Sister Cao a hand." With the first heirs of the two sects working together, the sword light barrier was quickly torn apart. The two of them stepped into the barrier one after another. Sang Yu laughed bitterly and said to Liang Zhenfei, "Brother Liang, looks like you and I will have to work together. We can't just follow behind them and take advantage of them." Liang Zhenfei felt the same way and said, "Let's just open up another passage. It'll be easy for us to work together." Liang Zhenfei's swordsmanship was inherited from Xiao Baiyu, so he had the title of Little Sword Sage in Skyrend. His sword light was naturally sharp. After breaking the barrier with one strike, Sang Yu let out a low cry and pulled at the void with her hands. The hole in the barrier that had been broken was immediately torn apart and enlarged. Liang Jianfei sighed in admiration as the two of them entered the sword light barrier one after another. At this time, the heirs of the various sects had already started to follow suit. Qin Shijun and Li Shiqian worked together, while Dongfang Yanhong and Nangong Xiaojian worked together. It was not difficult for them to break through the sword light barrier. The cultivators from the various sects who came later were unable to join forces with others or were simply unable to do so. They could only shamelessly follow behind those who could break through the sword light barrier and take advantage of the situation. However, just as everyone broke through the sword light barrier and entered the battle space, an even larger storm of sword light immediately followed. The continuous sword chimes almost caused the heirs of the various sects to go deaf. The heirs of the various sects cried out in alarm and tried to resist, but even though they were at the edge of the battle space, the sword light and sword chi that scattered over still caused them to suffer greatly. After much difficulty, the cultivators from the various sects managed to evade wave after wave of sword light. Only after sticking close to the sword light barrier did they realize that the sword light that was randomly scattering out from the dual dimension would pour into the barrier when approaching it. Once again, the barrier stabilized the dual dimension that was sealed by the sword light barrier. This time, the heirs of the various sects finally calmed down and noticed that the battle between the 6 swords of Ziyang Palace and Xiao Baiyu had already begun. The pure yang and great cultivators from the various sects who were invited to watch the battle were currently hovering in the air at the edge of the battle space, observing the sword battle in the space. If there were cultivators who were proficient in spatial abilities or formation Dao present, they would be able to see that the huge barrier formed by sword light in the void above Feiliang Mountain was actually maintained by these pure yang and great cultivators from the various sects working together. Lu Ping was also one of the people maintaining this sword light space. However, in order to avoid trouble, under the watchful eyes of the various Laozu from the various sects, he used his official position for his own personal gain. He drew out several sword lights and connected them to the sword light barrier, using the power of the sword light barrier to form a sword light curtain in front of him and Kai Lianying. This way, they would not have to expend effort to block the scattered sword chi from the battle, and at the same time, they would not be obstructed from watching the battle between Xiao Baiyu and the 6 swords of Ziyang Palace in the space. What made the various Laozu from the various sects even more speechless was that this guy had done this just to give his lover a safe place to watch the sword battle. After all, the cultivators from the various sects who had come to watch the battle were at least great cultivators. Only Kai Lianying, who was a mid-Dharma adept, would be a burden. With Lu Ping's current status and strength, even if he did this, the various Laozu from the various sects would not be able to say anything. After all, the sword light curtain was also Lu Ping's true ability. However, this guy was watching the sword battle in the field while enjoying tea with his lover behind the space he had created. It was a sword battle that would shock the entire cultivation world. As for the heirs of the various sects, they had to break through the sword light barrier themselves to be qualified to watch the sword battle. This was also a test that the various Laozu from the various sects had set for their disciples. If they could not even break through the sword light barrier, then there was naturally no point in watching the sword battle. How is it? Did you see anything? Lu Ping asked Kai Lianying, who was watching the sword battle intently. Kai Lianying, on the other hand, wasn't as relaxed as Lu Ping. The sword battle between the two was obviously a battle between the top sword cultivators in the cultivation world. Even for a mid-avatar cultivator like Kai Lianying, it was still difficult for him to comprehend the intricacies of the battle. Kai Lianying answered hesitantly, "The sword battle between the two seems intense. The coordination of the 6 swords of the Ziyang Palace is as smooth as flowing water. The sky-splitting sword saint is also handling it with ease. However, it seems that both sides are still holding back and have yet to bring out their true abilities." Lu Ping nodded and smiled. "That's right. Both sides are testing each other. It seems that both sides are extremely cautious." It will be extremely difficult to determine the winner of this battle in a short period of time. Kai Liaoning continued, the coordination of the 6 swords of the Ziyang Palace is extremely strange. It seems that the 6 swords are a set of joint attacks, but there are some differences between them. Lu Ping said, this is probably why the Ziyang Palace has the confidence to use the 6 heirs to fight against the sky-splitting sword saint. Each of the 6 heirs has trained in an unparalleled sword technique. Yang Nanfei and Fan Mingjie's swordsmanship can form a set of joint attacks. Similarly, Su Jin and Guo Wanxing's swordsmanship can also form a set of joint attacks. Tian Buoliang and Xie Tianyang's swordsmanship can also form a set of joint attacks. In this way, the 6 heirs of the Ziyang Palace are actually using 3 sets of joint attacks to fight against Xiao Baiyu. But the 3 sets of joint attack swordsmanship of Ziyang Palace can be combined into one, and the 3 sets of joint attack swordsmanship can form a complete sword formation at any time. This is the foundation for the 6 heirs to challenge Xiao Baiyu. This is Xiao Baiyu. If he is replaced by other pure yang practitioners, he will only be defeated by such a strict sword formation formed by the combination of the 6 supreme swordsmanship and the combination of the 6 supreme swordsmanships. At the same time, among the 6 great heirs, Su Jin seems to have just advanced to the late Dharma stage, and the aura around him is extremely unstable. Guo Wanxing and Tian Buoliang are still mid-Dharma adepts. If Su Jin had stabilized his level of training, and the 2 of them had passed their second thunder tribulations, Xiao Baiyu would have admitted defeat before the battle even started. Kai Liaoning giggled and said, after all this talk, isn't it because you yourself can't tell who will win this battle? Lu Ping could not help but laugh and said, that's true. Only then will this battle be worth watching. If the winner is decided right from the start, wouldn't this sword battle that has shaken the entire world of cultivators become a joke? Kai Liaoning was a little disgruntled as he asked, are there no other factors? Purple Sun Palace is one of the 6 great holy lands after all. Who knows how many trump cards they have accumulated since the beginning of the world? If they were to suddenly use them when the 2 sides are in a stalemate, they might be able to catch Xiao Baiyu off guard. Lu Ping thought about how Xiao Baiyu's natal flying sword was already a pure yang spirit treasure. And now, during the sword battle, he did not know what secret technique Xiao Baiyu had used to conceal it, but the natal flying sword in his hand was still a second tribulation spirit treasure. The 6 great heirs may have trump cards, but that Xiao Baiyu might not have no trump cards either. Don't forget that Xiao Baiyu is also someone who has inherited the sword technique of opening the heavens. Xiao Baiyu was able to obtain the title of the first pure yang practitioner without anyone doubting his abilities. This in itself shows how extraordinary he is. What's more, Xiao Baiyu's swordsmanship cultivation follows the path of Jiao Dairen's one sword to break all techniques. What he wants is an indomitable momentum regardless of the opponent's strength. Even if the 6 great heirs want to defeat Xiao Baiyu, they will have to pay a heavy price. In the end, it will only be a situation where both sides suffer. Just as Lu Ping was commenting on the process of the sword battle and giving Kai Liaoning pointers, the heirs of the various sects were also struggling to resist and dodge the sword qi scattered from the sword battle. They came to the side of their elders, Laozu, and received pointers from their respective sects' elders. Chapter 1440. Skyrend and Purple Sun Palace were originally of the same origin. As Skyrend's most accomplished swordsman for over 10,000 years, Xiao Baiyu was naturally no stranger to Purple Sun Palace's swordsmanship heritage. In fact, back then, Skyrend's founder, Laozu, was the pure yang sword immortal with the highest achievements in swordsmanship in Purple Sun Palace. At the same time, he was also the most popular pure yang cultivator to enter the minor Kilia Chasm, Purple Sun Grotto Heaven. Entering the Purple Yang Grotto Heaven meant that the heaven-splitting patriarch would be able to receive the True Spirit's inheritance and control the Purple Yang Palace's True Spirit's inheritance that would never be broken in the cultivation world. He would become one of the true controllers of this world. However, when Purple Sun Palace's previous True Spirit, Laozu, reached the end of his lifespan and had to leave this world, the person who ultimately chose to inherit the position of Pure Yang was another Pure Yang cultivator who was far inferior to Skysplitter Laozu in terms of cultivation, strength, and popularity. From Skysplitter Laozu's point of view, the only reason he was not chosen was that this Pure Yang cultivator was the previous True Spirit, Laozu's direct disciple, and was somewhat related to the previous True Spirit, Laozu. Skysplitter Laozu was ambitious and was naturally unwilling to accept such a failure. However, Purple Sun Palace could only send one True Spirit, Laozu, to enter Purple Sun Grotto Heaven. This meant that unless the cultivator who had just inherited the position of True Spirit died tragically, Skysplitter Laozu would have no chance of advancing to the Pure Yang stage. This was not just because Skysplitter Laozu's cultivation was insufficient and he was unable to advance to the True Spirit stage. Instead, Purple Sun Palace would deliberately suppress the appearance of a second True Spirit, especially the Purple Sun Grotto Heaven's master who had just become a True Spirit. With no other choice, Patriarch Heavensplitter could only leave the Purple Sun Palace and establish the Heavensplitter Sword faction. He attempted to rely on his own power to become a primary spirit cultivator, but in the end, he was no match for the heavens. This Patriarch Heavensplitter's hopes of becoming a primary spirit cultivator fell short at the final step. He could only put all his effort into the legacy of the Heavensplitter Sword faction, hoping that the cultivators of the Heavensplitter Sword faction would eventually replace the Purple Sun Palace as the #1 sword faction in the world of cultivation, or even the 7th Holy Land in the world of cultivation. Over the past 10,000 years, Skyrend had its ups and downs. There had been 2 or 3 geniuses who had become true spirits, but there had also been the awkward situation of a lack of successors. However, Skyrend had always maintained its status as a large sect of the cultivation world, inheriting Skysplitter Laozu's legacy of surpassing Purple Sun Palace and becoming the 7th sacred land. However, even though Skysplitter Laozu was the #1 Pure Yang Sword Immortal in Purple Sun Palace, he was limited by Purple Sun Palace's inheritance system. He did not fully control the sword technique inheritance of Purple Sun Palace. Among the 3 sets of heaven-splitting sword techniques that Purple Sun Palace had passed down to Jiao Daoren, he had only learned 2.5 sets. In fact, the 3 sets of splitting the heaven sword techniques passed down by Purple Sun Palace were 3 sets of combined attack sword techniques, and the 3 sets of combined attack sword techniques could actually form a splitting the heaven sword array. This splitting the heaven sword array required 6 sword cultivators to completely operate, and each of these 6 sword cultivators could only inherit half a set of splitting the heaven sword technique. In Purple Sun Palace's inheritance system, 6 people would inherit half a set of the 3 sets of heaven-splitting sword techniques in every generation, and they were not allowed to teach each other. Otherwise, they would be imprisoned for life, or their cultivation would be crippled. When needed, these 6 cultivators could form a complete heaven-splitting sword array. It was one of the most important trump cards of Purple Sun Palace apart from True Spirit Laozu's legacy. However, ever since Purple Sun Palace had been established, as one of the 6 sacred grounds of the cultivation world, there had always been an endless stream of high-level cultivators, and there were always talented people with great power in every generation. Their position in the cultivation world was increasingly stable, and they did not need the heaven-splitting sword array to settle everything in the cultivation world. In addition, the heaven-splitting sword array had very strict requirements for the cultivators who formed it. As the 6 cultivators who inherited the sword array grew and encountered their own opportunities, their cultivation gradually became uneven, causing the power of the sword array to be greatly reduced. Therefore, although the heaven-splitting sword array had been passed down in Purple Sun Palace's history, it was rarely used. Back then, Skysplitter Laozu was already a pure Yang cultivator, and the cultivator of the same generation who inherited the other half of the heaven-splitting sword array was only a mid-Dharma cultivator, and he had also lost the possibility of surviving the Second Thunder trial. If Purple Sun Palace really encountered a problem, just a pure Yang Sword Immortal would be enough to solve everything, so why would they need to activate the heaven-splitting sword array? Skysplitter Laozu was also one of the 6 inheritors of the 3 sets of sword techniques, and the half of the heaven-splitting sword array that he had inherited was the supreme sword technique that Fan Mingjie used today, the full moon sword technique. When Sky Splitter Laozu left Purple Sun Palace, one of the mid-Dharma cultivators who had inherited half of the heaven-splitting sword array with Sky Splitter Laozu had followed him. Therefore, Skyrend had inherited 2.5 sets of the heaven-splitting sword array, and the other half of the heaven-splitting sword array that Skyrend had inherited was the lunar light sword technique that Tian Buoliang was using today. When Xiang Palace proposed that the 6 heirs of the third generation should join hands to fight against him in the second sword fight, Xiao Baiyu had already guessed that he would face this set of heaven-opening sword formation, which had never been lost in Xiang Palace but was rarely used in front of others. The 6 heirs of the Purple Sun Palace worked in pairs, trapping Xiao Baiyu in the center of the sword array. Among them, Yang Nanfei and Fan Mingjie, who had the highest level of cultivation and strength, respectively displayed the Golden Crow Sword technique and the Full Moon Sword technique, using a combined secret technique to form the twin swords of Sun and Moon, acting as the main force in the battle against Xiao Baiyu. On the other hand, Tian Buoliang's Lunar Moonlight Sword technique and Xie Tianyang's Blazing Sky Sun Sword technique formed the twin swords of Yin and Yang, whose strength was second only to the twin swords of Sun and Moon, standing on one side to restrain Xiao Baiyu. Among the 6, the weakest were Su Jin, who had just advanced to the late Dharma stage, and Guil Wanxing, who was still at the mid-Dharma stage. Of these 2, one used the soft ice sword, while the other used the dominating sword of the sun, forming the twin swords of ice and fire. They barely managed to form the heaven-splitting sword array with the other 4 according to the 3 positions of heaven, earth, and man, helping the other 4 to fight against Xiao Baiyu. The heaven-splitting sword array formed by the 6 of them also had a name, which was changing the sun and moon. It originated from Jiao Daren's act of splitting the heavens and the earth. Benefiting from the inheritance of sky-splitting Laozu, Xiao Baiyu naturally knew the power of the heaven-splitting sword array, which was one of the foundations of the Purple Sun Palace. Of course, he did not dare to let his guard down. However, during the previous sword battle, he had also confirmed the biggest weakness of this supreme sword array. If all 6 people in front of me were at the late Dharma stage, then it would not be too much for me to admit defeat in this battle. However, there are still 2 adepts in front of me who have not reached the late Dharma stage, so that's a different story. Furthermore, my one sword to break all techniques may not necessarily lose to the changing the sun and moon of the Purple Sun Palace. At this moment, the situation in the battle space changed. Xiao Baiyu, who was originally surrounded by the 6 heirs using the heaven-splitting sword array, was the first to attack. The sky splitter in his hands stabbed out twice in 4 different directions. The sword aura that could tear everything apart caused the expressions of the 6 heirs to change, and it also caused the surrounding adepts to become alert. The time for the real battle had come. Chapter 1441. The sky splitter in Xiao Baiyu's hand was not very fast. In an instant, it was only 2 stabs in different directions. However, the total of 8 stabs carried a destructive force that could tear apart everything in its path. But why was it aimed in 4 directions? There were only 6 people on the field, so how could there be 8 stabs? Just as everyone, including Lu Ping, was confused, only Wang Xianqing of the Purple Sun Palace, Laozu's expression changed. As the first-generation pure yang of the Purple Sun Palace, he had also mastered the full moon sword technique of the 6 paths of opening the heavens. Naturally, Wang Xianqing knew how to operate this heaven-splitting sword formation. That seemingly inexplicable and completely unnecessary stabs by Xiao Baiyu had, in fact, hit a crucial point in the operation of this sword formation. Indeed, the remaining stabs of sword light that were aimed at the other 6 people were blocked by the combined efforts of the 6 people. Among them, Yang Nanfei and Fan Mingjie had the easiest time blocking the attacks. The Sky Splitter Sword Qi did not even get within 30 feet of them before it was destroyed. Of the 2 stabs of Sky Splitter Sword Qi that were aimed at Xie Tianyang and Tian Buoliang, one of them was easily destroyed by Xie Tianyang. However, Tian Buoliang was slightly weaker. If not for Xie Tianyang's help, This sword chi might have even pierced through his protective powers. However, in the end, it was still a daunting experience. As for Su Jin and Guilwanxing, they were almost flustered when they were blocking the 2 stabs of Sky Splitter sword chi that were aimed at them. After all, Su Jin had just broken through to the late Dharma stage not long ago. The aura around his body had not stabilized yet. After breaking through to the late Dharma stage, all kinds of remarkable techniques would have different degrees of changes. At this time, Su Jin clearly could not adapt to this kind of increase very well. As a result, his cooperation with Guilwanxing was a little out of practice. Fortunately, the 2 of them were not ordinary people after all. After a few panicked attacks, they were able to completely destroy the Sky Splitter sword chi before it pierced through their protective powers. However, this chaotic battle also caused the true essence within their bodies to be unable to be replenished for a time. Helpless, the 2 of them could only turn the grand formation and attempt to let the other 4 people successively support them so that the 2 of them could win a breather. The 6 of them had been nurtured by the Purple Sun Palace for a long time, so they naturally had an unusual tacit understanding of this sword formation. Su Jin and Guilwanxing's predicament was quickly discovered by the other 4. As the formation changed, the 4 of them stepped forward while Su Jin and Guilwanxing quickly retreated. However, just as the 2 sides changed their formation, Xiao Baiyu's mouth twitched slightly. The sword chi that he had sent out in the 4th direction just so happened to appear in the direction where Su Jin and Guilwanxing were retreating. Su Jin and Guilwanxing were suddenly startled. They could only try their best to resist the sword chi that suddenly appeared in the direction where they were retreating. However, the 2 of them paused, causing the 2 of them to be separated from the 4 people in front of them, causing an error to appear in the operation of the entire sword formation. Xiao Baiyu let out a long roar and casually waved the Sky Splitter in his hand. Yang Nanfei and Fan Mingjie, who had lost the support of the entire sword formation, could only face Xiao Baiyu's frontal attack alone. Even though the 2 of them had joined hands to perform a joint secret technique, they were still forcibly pushed back 30 feet by Xiao Baiyu's sword. Xie Tianyang and Tian Buoyang, who were standing to the side, saw that the situation was far from good. They had no time to help Su Jin and Guilwanxing, who had been battered by the sword chi that Xiao Baiyu had laid out beforehand. They hastily rushed forward in an attempt to help Yang Nanfei and Fan Mingjie resist Xiao Baiyu's powerful attack. However, at this moment, the momentum of Xiao Baiyu's sword suddenly changed. He suddenly gave up on attacking Yang Nanfei and Fan Mingjie and turned around to pounce on Su Jin and Guilwanxing. Making a feint in the east and attacking in the west, Su Jin and Guilwanxing were originally the weakest combination among the 6 people. Although Xiao Baiyu was strong, Xiao Baiyu still did not let his guard down even though the sword formation was already showing signs of disarray. Instead, he grabbed onto the weak points of the sword formation and wanted to destroy the entire sword formation in one go. However, at this moment, the pure Yang Laozu and Wang Shenqing of the Purple Sun Palace, who were previously a little nervous, suddenly let out a sigh of relief. Kai Lianying could not help but exclaim when he saw the sudden change in the battlefield, "Ah, this Xiao Baiyu is so powerful. He actually caused the sword formation of the Purple Sun Palace to become disorderly so easily." However, Lu Ping's expression was a little solemn as he said in a deep voice, "It seems that Xiao Baiyu is very familiar with this sword formation. However, I'm afraid it won't be that easy to destroy the heaven-splitting sword formation." Kai Lianying looked at the 2 sides that were fighting in the battlefield with a trace of surprise. Xiao Baiyu's sudden change in attack had once again caused the entire sword formation to change. It seemed that Xiao Baiyu had already taken the initiative and the entire heaven-splitting sword formation was being manipulated by him. Kai Lianying was puzzled. Since Xiao Baiyu is very familiar with the sword formation of the Purple Sun Palace, why is it so difficult to destroy this sword formation? Lu Ping smiled and said, "Skyrend and the Purple Sun Palace are of the same origin. Since Xiao Baiyu is familiar with the heaven-splitting sword formation, how could the Purple Sun Palace not be aware of it?" Kai Lianying said in surprise, "You're saying that he's beating us at our own game?" As soon as Kai Lianying finished speaking, the battlefield changed again. The sword formation, which had been thrown into chaos by Xiao Baiyu's sudden attack, suddenly took a step to the left in the face of Xiao Baiyu's powerful attack. Many of the cultivators watching the battle in the field exclaimed in annoyance, "Oh, why did he get out of the way? Didn't he open the formation to let Xiao Baiyu out? What else can they do? If they take Xiao Baiyu's attack head-on, I'm afraid that even if Su Jin and Guo Wanxing work together, they will be heavily injured. But at least they can trap Xiao Baiyu in the sword formation. At least they have a chance to defeat him. If they let Xiao Baiyu out, Xiao Baiyu will at least be undefeatable in this battle. It's human nature. No one can remain fearless in the face of death." Kai Lianying only saw a trace of mockery in Lu Ping's eyes. She then spat out 2 words, "Idiot." Kai Lianying blushed slightly. In fact, she also thought that Su Jin and Guo Wanxing had dodged because they couldn't block Xiao Baiyu's attack. However, the situation changed in an instant. Just as Su Jin and Guo Wanxing dodged to the left, a flaw appeared in the formation. Unexpectedly, Xiao Baiyu ignored this opportunity and did not choose to break through the sword formation from there. What's going on? This is a great opportunity. What's wrong with Xiao Baiyu? Could it be that even the sky-splitting sword saint would make a mistake? Even such an obvious flaw. At this point, he suddenly paused, and then there was a strange silence. The same thought appeared in everyone's mind. Is this really Xiao Baiyu's mistake? Did the sky-splitting sword saint really not see this flaw? Or perhaps, it was simply their eyes that were blind. Although the crowd was unwilling to admit it, they were actually more inclined to the last thought. Finally, many of the cultivators from the sects, including the heirs of the sacred grounds, had no choice but to let go of their reservations and ask the seniors from the sects beside them. Although Kai Lianying could not hear what the seniors were saying, he could see that many of Lao Zu's expressions were extremely solemn. It was as if he was lecturing them while explaining to them. Many of the heirs also blushed and lowered their eyelids in silence. Most of this was happening in the sects that had pure young patriarchs. As for the other sects that only had great cultivators leading their disciples to spectate the battle, only a very small number of veteran great cultivators with profound cultivation bases seemed to have noticed something. Many of the other great cultivators seemed to be a little embarrassed in the face of the inquiries from the juniors of their sects, and they seemed to have said something to evade the question. The disciples of their sects were also a little disappointed. Kai Lianying twisted the soft flesh on Lu Ping's waist and said angrily, "Tell me, what happened just now?" Feeling the pain, Lu Ping hurriedly begged for mercy and explained, "Just now, Xiao Baiyu's attack seemed to have caused the entire sword formation to stagnate, and Xiao Baiyu's dodging caused a flaw in the formation." However, what they did not see was that at this moment, Yang Nanfei and Fan Mingjie, as well as Xie Tianyang and Guo Wanxing, who were standing behind Xiao Baiyu, had already made their preparations, coincidentally forming a corner with where Xiao Baiyu and Guo Wanxing had just left. Kai Lianying exclaimed in surprise, "But the 2 of them have dodged it. The pincer attack won't work." "That's right." Lu Ping nodded and said, "The pincer attack won't work, but if Xiao Baiyu were to break out from there, Yang Nanfei, Fan Mingjie, Xie Tianyang, and Tian Buoliang wouldn't be able to dodge the joint attack from behind." Lu Ping continued to explain, "If Xiao Baiyu only wanted to break out of the encirclement and escape, he would have already rushed out from there. However, he didn't want to escape. This is a sword battle under the watchful eyes of everyone. What Xiao Baiyu wants is a fair and honorable victory. If he had rushed out from there, even with his pure yang physique, he would inevitably be injured by the joint attack of the 4 people behind him. At that time, in order to win, he would have to turn back and fight against the sword formation formed by the 6 people. No matter how you look at it, this exchange is a great loss." In that instant, Xiao Baiyu saw that this was a trap purposely set up by the 6 swords of the Ziyang Palace, so he purposely stayed in the sword formation. Just as Lu Ping was explaining to Kai Lianying what had just happened, the spectating cultivators suddenly cried out in surprise. The 2 sides of the sword battle were once again stirred up. After Xiao Baiyu gave up the opportunity to break out of the sword formation using his familiarity with the heaven-splitting sword formation, Yang Nanfei and Fan Mingjie's swords were already aimed at Xiao Baiyu's back. At the same time, The two of them moved their feet slightly. The opening that was revealed by Su and Guo's dodging had already been blocked by the two of them. The moment the two flying swords left their hands, one was like the scorching sun in the sky, flashing with a blazing light, while the other was like the cold moon, flashing with a cold light. However, it just so happened that the natural phenomenon caused by the two flying swords gave off a strange and harmonious feeling. Only the great power contained within was shocking. Sword of Sun and Moon, the two of them used the most powerful move of the heaven-splitting sword technique, Sun and Moon shine together. At the same time, Xie Tianyang and Tian Buoliang took a step forward and attacked Xiao Baiyu from the side, trying to force him back and at the same time remove the threat he posed to Su and Guo. In this way, Xiao Baiyu would once again be surrounded by the 6 people of the heaven-splitting sword formation. The two flying swords of Lingbao set off each other. One was masculine like rolling pure yang qi, while the other was feminine like a drizzle. The combination of the two swords was the killing move of yin-yang double swords, called yin-yang double kill. However, how could Xiao Baiyu let them do as they wished so easily? After realizing that the 6 swords of the Ziyang Palace were also not setting a trap because of his familiarity with the heaven-splitting sword formation, Xiao Baiyu once again made a choice that exceeded the expectations of the 6 swords. He did not dodge the attacks from the two sides from different directions, nor did he forcefully block the attacks and continue to entangle Su and Guo, the weakest link. Instead, he suddenly turned around and rushed towards Xie Tianyang and Tian Buoliang. The heaven-splitting sword shone brightly. One sword to destroy all techniques. The void was suddenly torn open. The surrounding Pure Yang experts and Lu Ping who were watching the battle hurriedly joined forces to maintain the battle space. A faint loud bang could be heard coming from an unknown direction. A strange expression flashed across Lu Ping's face. In the middle of the dueling dimension, the crack in space had instantly engulfed the sword light of the twin swords of Sun and Moon. If Yang Nanfei and Fan Mingjie had not been alert and had hurriedly controlled their flying swords to avoid the void of the sword light, it was likely that their flying swords would have been engulfed as well. However, at the moment when Yang Nanfei and Fan Mingjie suffered a setback, the heaven-splitting sword qi in Xiao Baiyu's hand had already flown out once again. Although Xie Tianyang and Tian Buoliang's yin-yang dual swords were tyrannical, when the two of them erupted in an instant, the entire battle space seemed to be covered by the light from the explosion. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ping had already spread his divine sense throughout the entire battle space. At this moment, the entire process of the sword battle was clearly displayed in Lu Ping's divine sense. Xie Tianyang's blazing celestial yang sword was tyrannical enough. However, Tian Buoliang's cultivation was still a notch lower. In the instant when the two swords clashed, Tian Buoliang's lunar moonlight sword suddenly ran out of power. Xiao Baiyu forcefully broke through the obstruction of the yin-yang dual swords and went straight for Tian Buoliang. What a good Xiao Baiyu! His previous arrangements were not aimed at the weakest link in the battle, Su Jin and Guo Wanxing. Instead, they were aimed at Xie Tianyang and Tian Buoliang. This move had indeed exceeded the expectations of the 6 swords. Fortunately, the sky-splitting sword formation was not a sword formation for just 1 or 2 people. The 6 of them had a tacit understanding of each other. In the instant that Yang Nanfei and Fan Mingjie's attacks were blocked, the sword formation changed again. Su Jin and Guo Wanxing, who had already recovered from the pressure from Xiao Baiyu's earlier attacks, charged forward once again. Clearly, the two of them had already realized that the situation was not looking good. If they were unable to block Xiao Baiyu this time, it was highly likely that he would forcefully break through the sky-splitting sword formation. Hence, this attack was the strongest attack of the ice and fire dual swords, the 9 heavens of ice and fire. In the battle space, another deafening sound shook the heavens. Among the direct disciples of the various sects who were spectating the battle, there were some who were only mid-Dharma adepts. Under this deafening sound, expressions of pain appeared on their faces. Lu Ping had long been aware of this. In the instant that the techniques of both parties clashed, he had already moved to protect Kai Lianying, who was beside him. However, Kai Lianying could only see a vast expanse of white in front of him. Although many of the direct disciples of the various sects had temporarily lost their sight and hearing due to the huge change in the battlefield, there was still quite a number of Laozus from the various sects who had been aware of the changes in the battlefield. At this moment, they heard several cries of surprise: pure yang spirit treasures, pure yang sword weapons. This is the sky-splitting sword formation that has been passed down from the Purple Sun Palace to Jiao Daoren. The light in the battlefield dissipated. The attack that Xiao Baiyu had used to kill Tian Buoliang had been blocked by Xie Tianyang. Even so, the two of them had still been sent flying back several feet by Xiao Baiyu's attack. Tian Buoliang still had a lingering fear in his heart, while Xie Tianyang's face was pale. It was obvious that helping Tian Buoliang block Xiao Baiyu's killing blow had been an extremely heavy burden on Xie Tianyang. However, at this moment, Yang Nanfei and Fan Mingjie had already arrived. The six of them had already formed the sky-splitting sword formation, once again trapping Xiao Baiyu within the sword formation. Su Jin and Guo Wanxing's combined attack had been casually neutralized by Xiao Baiyu. At this moment, Xiao Baiyu's gaze was fixed on the blazing heaven-sun sword in Xie Tianyang's hand. The sky-splitting sword formation, a pure yang spiritual treasure. The three pure yang flying swords that the Purple Sun Palace had obtained from Jiao Daoren to split open the heavens. I presume that you've already brought them with you. Are you still going to hide them at this time? Apart from the blazing heaven-sun sword in Xie Tianyang's hand that was emitting a dense pure yang aura, indicating its identity as a pure yang spiritual treasure, the frost silk sword in Su Jin's hand similarly emitted the aura of a pure yang spiritual treasure as it flashed with cold light. The azure sky full moon sword in Fan Mingjie's hand also released its concealment. Xiao Baiyu laughed involuntarily and said, "Looks like the Purple Sun Palace has gone through a lot of trouble to make me stay here. They've even used the supreme treasures of the Purple Sun Palace on these juniors. Aren't they afraid that these juniors will meet with an accident and lose these sect-guarding treasures?" At this moment, not only Xiao Baiyu, but the cultivators from the various sects who were watching the battle outside also had expressions of shock. Even Lu Ping was muttering, I never expected that the spiritual treasure that Brother Xie has been holding all this time would actually be one of the three sky-splitting pure yang swords of the Purple Sun Palace. In reality, it was not only Lu Ping and the others who had not expected this. Even Xie Tianyang and the others had not expected that the spiritual treasure bestowed by the sect in their hands would actually be the sect-guarding treasures before they found out about the second duel with Xiao Baiyu. One of the founders of the Purple Sun Palace, Laozu, had been Jiao Daoren's concubine back then. These three pure yang swords were also the spiritual treasures that Jiao Daoren had eliminated in the process of splitting open the heavens, so he had given them to his concubine. In fact, these three pure yang swords should have been three pairs of pure yang spiritual treasures. However, Jiao Daoren did not have the sky-splitting divine weapons that the other six sky-splitting Laozu regarded as spiritual treasures. It was unknown how many of his flying swords had been destroyed in the process of splitting open the heavens. These three pure yang swords were the three pairs of spiritual treasure flying swords used to split open the heavens. After one of them was destroyed, the remaining one was not suitable for him, so Jiao Daoren had casually given it to his concubine and passed down the corresponding sky-splitting sword divine power. Unfortunately, the three sets of sky-splitting sword divine powers were used to control two flying swords. However, each of the three pure yang swords was a single sword, so they could not be used to perform the sky-splitting sword divine power that Jiao Daoren had passed down. The founder of the Purple Sun Palace, Laozu, was also a genius. She had forcibly separated the three sets of sky-splitting sword divine powers into 6 separate sets of supreme sword techniques so that she could use each sky-splitting sword's power individually. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.